Hello, thanks for joining me in this video. I'm going to be taking you through something a little strange, I guess. It's me giving you a sort of outer perspective, like a meta kind of take on a presentation that I did at Lightbox Expo last year in October. They just put it up on their YouTube channel. My presentation is called Explore How to Deepen Your Artistry Process Curiosity. And I think that there's a lot of things I could have communicated better, that I could have formulated better, worded better. I'm a synonym user. it's, it's something I know about myself. But yeah, anyways, I wanted to share this with you. I'm going to go through the talk, give it sort of like a review moment to moment, like maybe correction or elaboration or something like that. But I think for me, the main takeaway that I feel about the whole thing is that I didn't harness sort of like the power of I'm trying to like put it into words just right, but like how do I call it, like a narrative that ties everything together, or a sort of structure to the whole thing that makes everything have more impact and be clearer. I think that I got caught up in having so many things that I wanted to share, especially in the last third. I feel like for me, the last third, like the whole last 20 minutes of the presentation, is basically the meat like of the thing. It's the whole content. And I think I should have really just focused on that and given that more space to really land with people. I should have put most of the work into elaborating and clarifying those ideas and like giving them weight. But instead, I feel like I thought I had to work up to it in a way that it would have worked if I did it differently. If I would have had more of a better storytelling to everything that I was saying. Something that I noticed, and we're gonna watch it soon, but one of the main things I noticed was that I was really frustrated with the way that there was like a bit of a disconnect between there's me, there's the slide that I prepared, and then there's like one or two sentences that I have about the slide. But then I should have realized that the people listening to me don't have magically transmitted into their minds like where these slides are headed or what they mean in the context of like one after the other sequential slides. I didn't bring that message home in a way that I really wish I had, and probably could have done with less of them too. But anyways, let's let's get to the actual thing, right? Because I'm maybe overloading this intro. So let's start to watch it. And the beginning starts with this beautiful animation. Okay. So beautiful. Yay! The characters.
Chirp.
So basically, my presentation is called Explore because I think it's really essential in many different ways, and I'll tell you how. A
I
lot.
just want to say that the way that I started that was awful. What? Maybe I started a little bit before that, or I don't know. I should have really had a moment of beginning. And I think that a beginning moment launching into a presentation, into something being communicated that, I want to convey is very important. It's the whole reason I'm there, to speak to them. Why did I say so basically? This is what my presentation is called. I feel like it takes me back to being a high school student and not exactly knowing if I'm even invested in what I'm saying. But the crazy part is I really was, I really cared about this, and I thought I'm going to deliver many actionable points that people can use to improve their lives and their creative process and their artistry, But then I started off in this way that is kind of just so throwaway. So basically, I find it just, I don't know if you felt the same way when you heard it, because you're not me watching me, maybe I have a level of overthinking it or overly critical, but I really think that this makes me think, okay, Iris, next time you start a presentation, convey why it's meaningful to you, or start off stronger, or calmer, or something more, with more force, with more intention. Yeah, let's keep going.
A lot of this is really jam-packed with a lot of information about myself and how I got to the conclusions that I want to share with you. So please bear with me if anything is gone over too quickly or anything like that. If you have any questions afterwards, you can ask or find me later or anything like that.
To be fair, I did warn them that it would be jam-packed, but I feel that the responsibility was upon me, the presenter, the preparer of the presentation, to not jam pack it, to actually understand, hey, this is the amount of time that I have. And if I set myself up for doing a jam packed talk, that's how it's going to feel. And I'm going to want to apologize. Like, I should have anticipated. This is hard for me, because I think that when you're giving a presentation or anything educational, a habit that I have is trying to go over everything, teach everything, give everything, clarify everything. And I think that when I listen to people who have a more summarized, or not summarized, limited or specific point that they're making, like they have a more specific point, they're not trying to make 100 points, they're trying to make like a few points. I think that always comes across as more compelling. So I really shouldn't have jam-packed it, and thus I shouldn't have had the excuse, starting a talk, hey guys, this is going to be jam-packed, so bear with me if anything is rushed. Because when I hear myself say that, and then for myself, I watched the rest of this, and then I watched myself do what I inevitably forced myself into the position of doing, which is quickly going over a jam-packed thing. I really feel that I should have anticipated that and avoided it by preparing something that was not jam-packed, if you know what I'm saying. So let's keep going.
Feel free to ask for more elaboration, because I'm going to be zooming kind of. Okay, so yeah. How to deepen your artistry process curiosity. First, before I begin, I actually want to show you a couple of things I've been working on just that have been really fun this year. Personally, I've been wanting to art direct for about 4 years, and I got to do it this year finally, after almost a decade of this dev and concept. And I think that might be a path that interests some of you guys, like, going from being a freelancer, being an artist, and then becoming a leader. If you ever want to ask me anything like that, I want to give back. People helped me, so I can help you too. I want to show you a little video.
¿Dónde estoy?
En un lugar de la Mancha, de cuyo nombre no quiero acordarme.
¿Estás seguro de que esto es buena idea?
¿Viajaste hasta el fin del mundo a traer violencia, cachorro humano?
Quizás sea el único que no quiere hacer daño a nadie. ¿Por qué me persigue ese monstruo?
Una vez fue un rey de paz, pero confió demasiado en los humanos.
Mientes, como mienten todos los de tu especie.
Gracias, pero... ¿quién sois?
Soy bosque, soy río, soy tierra. ¿Y vos, criatura, quién sois? ¿Amigo o enemigo? El miedo crea héroes y monstruos, pero solo unos pocos se convierten en mitos.
Os liberaré, mi señor, cueste lo que cueste.
Okay, so that's one thing. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. So that's basically a project that it's just sort of a taster. It's not going to finally look like that, but it's an exploration that I'm doing with my director. And one artist joined me. I was art directing him, and he was a wonderful collaborator, Federico Bresser. And yeah, so it's basically done in Quill, lit in Unreal. And we did some storyboarding, some discussing story points. It's going to be an adventure game. If you want to follow us, it's mitos, mitos.game on Instagram. And it's going to be a long journey. We're not, finished the game, obviously. It's just in development, but it's close to my heart, and I think you'll love it if you love adventure. All right.
Yeah, the mitas thing, I definitely could have done better with the way that I presented it or broached the topic to convey the importance it has to me and just how cool the project is. I found that I used a few words that were just awkward, like taster. It's not going to finally look like that, I think is what I said. I don't know. Sometimes I know these are just details, but I feel that sometimes I do these little slip ups in language that really kind of harm or get in the way or something. The thing I'm really trying to say or that I should say. And yeah, that's a small detail though, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Let's move on.
Right, so now let's go back to the presentation. But first, something
Yeah,
else, actually.
and
I
that
just
too.
wanna mention one more thing.
Why did I do? Let's go back to the presentation. But first, actually, I think I want to be really real here. I was very nervous and just physically nervous, and just I can't. So far, I've given several presentations and I can't entirely get rid of just being very shaky at the start. Even though I try to breathe, I try to relax, I try to kind of own my physicality, my body, have confidence in my presence there and everything. I try to kind of shake it out also and like do some little jumps and some movements that will help me release this nervous energy. Release, send it out. But it's difficult to truly fully shake that nervousness, and it does kind of end up in these awkward things. Later into the presentation, I do feel that this nervous energy has dissipated and been released through talking, through the whole presentation, and I do become more comfortable, like visibly, audibly more comfortable. But I just, every time it comes up, like here, where I'm like, let's go back to actually, there's another thing. I'm tripping over what I'm saying, and I feel that the audience in some way receives some of that nervous energy. Maybe maybe it undermines my own presence, and it would be great to just get a good hold on that. I definitely think it's something I'm improving at, but I would like to kind of be rid of that nervous energy and the way that it makes me just have these little slip ups.
I got to work on a concert in Fortnite, a Metallica concert, which was absolutely insane.
When I said I got to work on, I don't know why. I mean, I should have, maybe I do mention at some point, but I art directed it. It's not exactly just working on. And I think that this has a little bit to do with something about the way that I present myself that sometimes I think is a good thing, but other times I think is not as good for me, is that I tend to like diminish or sort of dissipate, like, hey, don't pay attention to me. I just do this, or I did that, or I draw, or I try to kind of minimize the sense of saying something in a certain way where I go, oh, if I say it in a bigger way, then I'm being like a self-aggrandizing clown or something like that. Like, but other people that I enjoy and that I follow and that I admire, they say things just like it is. They say, they'll just say the role that they had. I art directed, I color scripted, I directed, I created this for this. And a lot of times I find myself like skipping over, minimizing. I'm like, oh, don't think that I think it's cool or anything that I did that. And this is beyond just this video, but I've done it in other presentations as well. And it's something that after in the moment I'm compelled to minimize, but then afterwards I'm always, why didn't I just make it clear? Like, who am I helping in being so like, oh, meek? I'm not sure it's really a virtue in this case. At some level, I'm just being unclear. Like I could have communicated more effectively. But anyway,
I don't know how, the universe brought me this, but this is me playing with other Fortnite users in our concert that we made with Magnopus. And
that was really fun.
I mean, what's better than that? That's a blessing, honestly. I didn't know that much about the band. I just knew that they were amazing and well-known and globally respected and hard workers and just legends before I joined. And then I gathered so much respect for them as artists. And
before I joined the project. Before I joined Metallica.
Beings, they're so dedicated to their craft. Through like being on this project, I did so much research about them, watched every video. So you'll see a pattern throughout my presentation. It's just that like I urge you to be interested in things and people and the subject matter that you're working with. It just makes me emotional.
Yeah, when I got to work on this, I did it when I art directed this project. Well, I do want to say got to work on it because it's an opportunity to be able to work on it. But yeah, I really gained such an admiration for Metallica, the individuals, and I would like watch documentaries and interviews with them, and it just struck me so much how dedicated and super passionate they are, and they've grown so much as individuals over the years, and they have shared that journey and been really open and extremely vulnerable with their audience. Anyways, yeah, I just really, really gained a lot of respect and went through a lot of emotions, trying to really do justice and honor to this band in the concert experience we got to create. So yeah,
we're really lucky, Anyway, so that was fun. Now I'll go back to the presentation. Bear with me, I know it's a bit clunky with my switching through slides and whatever. It's my new iPad.
Okay.
All right, let's start the real presentation. So, explore. So, the reason I use this image is I made this image as like this little character is kind of holding a little magic life ball, and I think it suits the topic of this presentation. So I want to show you how to take your own life into your own hands. Is it possible to dim the lights a little bit on me, by the way? I'm just asking, but if not, that's fine.
Okay. To be fair, the thing with the lights, one part of me says like, don't even bring it up next time. Just don't bring it up. Just do the presentation. One side of me says I should have stood there earlier and told them, hey, can you put the lights on the way they're going to be? And like anticipated, oh, can we change this before the whole thing starts? I don't know. So the impulse entered my brain to say it at that moment. And now as a person viewing this video, I'm like, why are you saying that? To hear you say that. It's kind of like harmless, but also the way that I presented the image about the explore, your life is in your hands, with this whole thing here with the painting I did. It's not really important. I do, as a person, feel very compelled and interested in little details like that about things. Like, so I'm kind of conflicted on not sharing that. Like, what do I never share it? Do I share it a little bit? maybe it's more about the way that I share it and making sure that I actually communicate why I'm even saying that, or I don't know. There's something about it that to me feels a bit strange and nervous. Yeah, anyway.
Okay. Okay, so I want you to look at how this picture says I can't do it. Oh, actually, that's fine. Off is better. Sorry. So, and they're cutting off the T and they're turning it into I can do it, right? So that's kind of what I want to do here with you. I think that
Wait, okay, I know I'm being really picky, but so the way that I explained what was going on in that image, that could have gone way better, I think. I'm explaining much too literally what's happening in the photo, where it's probably more important that I tell a story about this slide, like convey some narrative element about it, you know. I think that this happens several times with the next many slides, is where I'll be describing them or I'll be doing some sort of like explanation or clarifying in my mind when I was there. That's what I thought I was doing. But I really should have, instead of doing that, just having little. So what I ended up doing that I didn't like is I have these little kind of detached sentences where describing the slide, describing the slide, describing the slide. And instead, I should have just had the slides moving forward and not been so literal about, oh, a slide has transitioned. Let us explain what is on it. I should have had more of an overarching narrative about the things that are the ideas I'm trying to communicate with these slides, So there's a difference between that, like version A, where I'm being too literal and kind of saying somewhat disjointed things. They're not completely disjointed. They are relevant, the things that I'm saying, because I'm trying to describe like the visual, I'm trying to describe the idea, I'm like formulating something. But I think that I should have had more of a through line of like I already said it. I should have just conveyed it more in a more unified manner, in a more effective manner, in a more something with a narrative, something with a connection.
That's kind of what I want to do here with you.
Yeah.
I think that the reason I want to talk to you about all this is that me before versus me after maybe a decade of working on myself and on art and everything was I don't have good ideas.
That is a weird formulation again. Like the reason that I want to talk to you about this or something like that is that me before versus me after over. It's like, it's so convoluted. Like, why don't I just say the reason I want to talk to you about this is that if I look at them, I can still include me before and me after. I can say like the version that I was before, or the way or the habits that I had before versus the habits that I have obtained through this process have a significant and meaningful difference. Let's go through that. Or I don't know, like I can't kind of like come up with it right now, like a way better version of what I said. But I do think I should have been aware of just heading into a better place with this delivery of my idea here. Anyways, let's keep.
I actually thought that sentence, I would sit there in front of my computer and think, I don't have good ideas. And just like I tell all my mentees today, that's a self-limiting belief that it doesn't serve you and it doesn't serve anybody else for you to believe that about yourself. So I think it's all about learning how to understand how false that is, that you don't have good ideas. So I don't try to do hard things. I don't have good ideas. Oh, I have a good idea. I think it's dumb. It's too complex. I'm going to give up. Into, I am a conduit for original ideas. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. I'm a vessel. I'm like a way for good ideas to enter the world. It's a completely different framework.
Yeah, I mean, that was okay. Sometimes I think the explanation is just okay. Like, that was all right. It could have been probably better, but anyways, I should stop saying anyways.
And I'm encouraging you to take notes, by the way, if anything resonates with you.
Why didn't I put this slide earlier? Or it kind of comes out of nowhere, right? Because it's like, hey, me before and me after. Now, I should have acknowledged the fact that I've already departed the station, like the train has left the station. We're already on the trip where I'm explaining to you, conveying something to you about different approaches, different ideas. And me who prepared the slides should have understood, hey, this should go before, because this is a preparatory thing. It's not a we've entered the idea already kind of concept. The encouragement to take notes or research. Yeah.
Research or do it later. I'm going to have a lot of actionable points as well as a lot of abstract ideas too. So this is a quote from the Frank and Ollie movie that is really special. I don't know, has anybody seen Frank and Ollie? Or do you guys know about Frank and Ollie? They're Disney animators and just beautiful souls. Rest in peace. Okay, so this is a quote from Frank Thomas from the movie. You'd have trouble defining what a romantic is, but I think it has a lot to do, to me, with living in your dreams, living with your dreams, and dreaming quite a bit about connections between things. Trees, the sky, the grasses, the birds, the animals, and you being part of the whole thing.
I think I tripped over my words there at the beginning when I said living with your dreams, or some part of it I messed up, which is understandable because, again, like the nervous energy in a presentation, so you're going to, muddle a few words, but I maybe should have just acknowledged, hey, in my own body, not saying these words, but okay, you're nervous, silently. Take a deep breath, slow down, say this carefully, And I think I could have done a better job solidly speaking this quote, saying this quote, enunciating it.
A realist would have trouble with some of these concepts, but if you get into an imaginary field like animation, you'd better come equipped with that kind of nonsense. Isn't that charming? All right. And so, forgive me if I get a little bit emotional sometimes, but I think this is really true. Let me know if you've ever felt this way, but what embarrasses the ego frees the spirit.
I also find that I don't mind that I get awkward or that I get a bit emotional. That's not something I ever really want to apologize for. I think so I'm not interrupting because of that. It's more like the way that I do it, or the sentences around me being that way. For example, when the slide comes up and I immediately go to, this is true, and let me know if you ever felt this way. What I should have done instead of kind of these sentences or efforts to relate, or something like that, is I should have taken sort of done something more effective or more suitable with the fact that I just transitioned from this Frank Thomas quote into this slide. I should have related the two ideas better, because that gets lost in the way that I kind of trip over what I'm saying. I should have said, that the reason that no, not the reason this slide is after this slide is that these are connected ideas. No, not saying that, but conveying that, I should have said, and in that spirit, I wanted to share with you this thought. What embarrasses the ego frees the spirit, and I kind of should have presented that idea, should have spoken it out, should have given that more weight instead of, this is true. Do you ever feel this way? I just find it kind of annoying the way that I broached the idea, and I do genuinely feel like I missed out on conveying that I think these slides are connected. And it's not about the slides being connected as that's not super important, but if you remember what I was saying earlier about having kind of letting go of the disjointed clarification of slides presentation, and more overarching, meaningful through line presentation style. yeah, it's better for me to tie everything together than it is for me to clarify a random individual visuals. So, yeah.
Sometimes, but I think this is really true. Let me know if you've ever felt this way, but what embarrasses the ego frees the spirit. So it's like oftentimes something that you're holding back or something that you're afraid of doing might be just what you need.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess, but I said it in an annoying way, like I said. I don't know, something about it. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I continue to feel annoyed that I missed out on the connecting it to the previous idea. I should have really connected this to the previous idea, because I should have mentioned how what embarrasses the ego often frees the spirit connects greatly to this idea of feeling connections between things and that being part of animation. You know, I should have kind of married those ideas together in a more intentional way. Although I do think my nervous energy had something to do with this, because I wonder, you know, the reason I put that slide sequentially after the other one was when I was preparing the presentation, I did acknowledge this connection between the two ideas and the emotional significance of these things, especially like in sequence with one another, and what they mean as a unit, you know. But then when I'm there in person and I'm feeling a little bit shaky, I end up kind of losing that thread, and the opportunity to like solidly connect the ideas was lost. And I think that that's a small failure on my part. I could do better.
Forgive me if I get a little bit emotional sometimes, but
I
I
think
think
just skip forward.
the
Oh,
afraid. So it's like oftentimes something that you're holding back or something that you're afraid of doing might be just what you need.
yeah.
And so I'll give you a bad example of some of the ideas I'm thinking of.
I should have prepared a better way to introduce this, because I don't think that there's a clear enough thread of like why that was right after the other thing, and the way that I said it. I'm going to give you some bad examples of what I'm thinking of. I don't know. There's like a jump here that was made that I should have bridged in a more compelling way. Yeah.
If you're somebody who says, I'm going to avoid pain and stress, I'm going to be reactive instead of proactive.
Also, okay, I just want to say that the way that I presented this is, if you're somebody who says this, that's not how it works. I know nobody thinks that I think that that's how it works. Like, I say I will avoid pain and distress. This is what I am saying. I say I'm going to be reactive. No one's saying that. They're just kind of living it out, or I should have found a better way to express this thing of just kind of the whole way that I broached this topic of the bad examples should have been more impactful and better thought out and connected to the other aspects in just in a more logical, emotionally meaningful, you know, narratively meaningful sort of way. Yeah. Instead, it ends up feeling like tacked on and a little bit misplaced or out of place, which is a shame.
I'm going to always complain. I'm going to say, life is boring. I'm going to be a bad teammate.
Who says that?
I'm going to underthink things. I'm going to tell myself, I'm not good at this. And also not listening and not having a walk that matches your talk. I think all of these are bad. And also
I
even
think
like
all of these are bad. It's just, I don't want to be speaking like this. Like, okay. I will admit part of me sharing all this to this level of annoyance maybe to you is, hopefully it's entertaining. I find it entertaining to notice little things that we do or say and go, what the heck? Why did I say that? And I'm not being so hard on myself, because I'm more so, I'm not trying to punish myself. I'm trying more to, what am I trying to do? Like it's kind of complicated. I guess a lot of different things. But what I want to do is like look, do a better job next time, to me, to myself. Do a better job of conveying your idea, because the idea here, it should have had so much more weight than the way I presented it. And I think that the reason it kind of ticks me off to hear myself fail, I think, on some level at the delivery of the idea, is that if you hear me in a natural conversation talking about these things, I don't portray them the way that I ended up portraying them, because I set myself up to rush, and I didn't consider the connection, if that makes sense. Like, the way that I'm coming across here in this video talking about this concept of these behavioral errors, right? Like these bad examples. I think that it makes it it doesn't do justice even to the way that I conceptualize them, like truly, in life. And I should have realized that fumbling the communication during the talk it's not a crazy thing. It's not like the worst thing ever, like, let's say I say something a certain way and it's not the best way, and so now the message is a bit less effective, or the communication is not as compelling, or doesn't reach, emotionally in the same way. But I really think it's like, when you have something that matters to you and means a lot to you, and it kind of harms, potentially harms the idea and the impact that it could have, to fumble it and like drop it on the ground, And so I wish I had presented these things in a different way that accurately conveys the way that I feel about them, and like where they belong in this whole process, I guess. Instead of saying, hey, I have these bad examples, and if you're a person who says this and this, and then listing these things and then saying, I think these are bad, I feel like that makes me sound like I have no depth to the way that I understand these things. These things are not as easy as, hey, I say this and I'm going to do this. It's more, I guess, maybe I even felt like there wasn't enough time, and I should just trust that the audience understands that this is not exactly how I believe about it or think about it, or it's not the accurate structure of how this exists in my head, But I guess I could have probably conveyed what I really think more thoughtfully, slowly, with a better structure. I'm not sure exactly what I should have said. I'd like to think about that maybe for next time I talk about these things, but I should have conveyed something more about how these are patterns that we might fall into, or these are behaviors that may occur or come out of us in times of stress or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Where I'm communicating, sometimes we try, but then these are, shortcomings or something like that. I feel like there could have been a really effective way to just portray these as not as simple as, hey, I'm deciding I'm going to be this way, and I'm just being like it's almost like a really bad villain, when a villain is just a simple cartoonish figure that is like devoid of any humanity. And it's like, no, people are not like that. Even people who, a much more interesting villain or a much more accurate or realistic villain would be one that believes that they're doing something compelling, like that they are driven by a goal of some sort, Anyways, I feel like what I did here was I kind of like strawmanned or something the idea of even having these behaviors. I'm going on a bit too long about this point, but I think it's quite interesting. The difference between how I actually feel about these things and these shortcomings, and how what I ended up actually saying makes me seem like I think about them or conceptualize them, And difference between those two, like how far away those are from each other, like what I actually think and what I made it look like I think that the difference between those two is an important difference and distance for me to acknowledge and seek to bridge better next time I talk about this, especially in a presentation context. Okay.
The guy with the smoke, numbing yourself with substances or ideas. I think Steve Jobs had it right when he said, deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do. And that's why I showed you the bad example.
Yeah, I mean, and
So
that's why I showed you the bad examples. I feel like is a kind of a weak way to say that. I won't go on too long about that though, but I could have, again, connected the two things much better and potentially even introduced the Steve Jobs quote before the examples, potentially, because maybe this has a better place before I even talk about these, like, hey, we talked about what to do, which is like allow yourself to, feel connected and potentially embarrass your ego and free your spirit. And then I could bring in the Steve Jobs thing, which is like, deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do. So I just talked about freeing yourself and going places that are scary and vulnerable to go, with feeling connected to art and storytelling and expressing yourself. And then this would have probably been a much better bridge to the bad examples, which I should have also, presented with more weight and more seriousness. And then, yeah, I think that would have been a way better bridge than whatever the heck. Like, why did I choose this image here? This bad example. Sometimes I think some of my choices are just funny out of entertainment's sake in a way, but this is a missed opportunity. It's like, am I trying to make you laugh or am I trying to, I don't know, I should have had...
And so I'll give you a bad example.
I should have had a clearer intention with where I was going with that. But anyways.
Deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do. And that's why I showed you the bad example. So this is the loop, the best loop in life, and the only way you'll get better at art or anything else.
Why is this the best loop in life? What am I saying? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, okay, I know I'm being super picky again, but that's so... Why did I say that? That was very unnecessary to say.
To you. You try, you fail, you do it again, eventually you succeed. And if you don't try, and if you don't fail, keep that in mind. If you don't fail, you won't succeed. You have to fail. And so you have to become someone who seeks the right type of failure. The only true failure I see is self-destructive states of mind or behavior.
Yeah, okay. I feel like that could have been delivered in a better way, but the idea is fair, yeah.
And so basically we're just going to be looking at tools to change your life, right? To add to your tool belt, your toolkit. By the way, is there anyone who can get some water?
I don't know. I feel like the tool thing...
Okay. So, if you ever heard of the term growth mindset? Raise hands. Awesome. It's a really good way to look at life. Instead of a fixed mindset where you tell yourself, like I said before, I don't have good ideas. Thank you so much. You say, I could have good ideas. I'll just improve with practice. I'll try. I'll keep trying, and then I'll get better. And you're like watering your mind. If you bear with me a second, I'll just have a sip of water.
Yeah, I don't know. I also feel like there was...
Right. So
the way that I presented the growth mindset was lacking as well. I should have tied it in, again, with more of a respect to its narrative importance, what it represents, just giving it more weight, when you talk about growth mindset, there's a way to broach it or bring it up or tie it in, better than, hey, have you ever heard of growth mindset? Yeah, it just
Math. So you challenge
and I did it again
plus.
here. I feel like I just went, this is my life math. Wait, let's
All right. So
yeah.
this is my life math. So you challenge plus you self-care and sustainable future. Remove any of the two prior, you don't get the other.
Okay, that's fair. I guess I was trying to be really short with it and just say, okay, challenge plus self-care equals sustainable future. But I do feel like overall I should have conveyed the importance of challenge being followed by self-care or surrounded by self-care. I think that the way that I decided to word it, where I said, if you don't have one of the others, one of the two is something, something, I don't know. I should have conveyed it in a way that, again, just overall, I guess my so many things that I'm saying are not awful, but they're not conveying the weight and the importance of the thing. It's tough. Like I I get this feeling that I could have summarized many of these into just something more effective that would have uh, it would have left the audience with because it's like I gave them 10 droplets of water and it was like expecting a thirst to be satiated, you know? Whereas you got to give somebody like a tall glass of water or something like that. Or I'm not sure if that metaphor works here, but like something like that, you know? A more something that is heartier rather than a lot of little scattered, you know, smaller things. Yeah.
Does that make sense? This is like pretty basic,
And why did I say that?
but really important. Sometimes we only do one.
Yeah,
So resilience
sometimes
is
we only do one. This is pretty basic. Those two things I feel, when I said sometimes we only do one, I think instead of saying this is pretty basic, sometimes we only do one, I should have said sometimes we find ourselves challenging ourselves and lacking on the self-care or self-care being absent, which can result in an unsustainable future. Or sometimes we only practice self-care and we lack challenge, and which we might never reach our goals. You know, I should have elaborated on what actually happens or talk about what I mean by missing out on the equation, because then if I don't explain what I mean by that and I just kind of assume that you get it, you get what's in my head about it, that you don't. Like, I have not successfully conveyed the idea, you know? Anyways.
the ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. If something changes in your life or if you're the victim of some misfortune, I suggest you take a resilient mindset instead of
Okay, yeah, and the way that I said that, I think, again, like, what are you talking about? This idea that it's almost like a I'm saying, or this is almost one of this takes me back to when I talked about the bad examples. Like I'm saying, I suggest that you do this instead of that. It's not that simple. It's like it's more, and I don't even think it's that simple. Like me standing there, me right here. Iris doesn't think it's that simple. She's kind of just failing in conveying it properly, which is the shame I find about the way that like nervousness or not understanding enough about how your ideas are coming across, it kind of it undermines my own understanding of what, and then also what I'm trying to communicate, the capacity of what I'm saying to really reach a person. When I say it that way, I misrepresent what I actually know and feel about the thing. And then the potential that the message has to reach the person, it just misses the mark. Like it's like you're trying to, you know, the arrow just it's like way over there. It's not on the bullseye. It's it just missed the mark. So when I say I suggest that you see things with a resilient mindset rather than a victim mindset. I mean, I I hope that people understand that I have unfortunately oversimplified and that even I don't think it's that simple, but I'm sure I could have found a sentence that would have conveyed more accurately and with more weight what I actually feel about this thing. And yeah, I think there was like an unfortunate sort of like misdirect almost, or because if I'm sitting in this audience and I'm someone who has had misfortune happen to me, I'm like, so imagine, that's my situation. And I've also suffered misfortunes, but if someone came to me and told me, hey, or to anybody else and said, hey, I recommend that you adopt a resilient mindset instead of your victim mindset. It's great, thanks, like thumbs up. I don't know what that you thought that would help me because I mean, again, like I kind of created the situation where I'm saying it in a way that doesn't land because I'm rushing through a bunch of little slides where I could have had a narrative, an overarching narrative where the idea of the resilience was expressed in a different way to where its actual weight and the way that it comes from, just what it actually comes from is represented more accurately rather than this like unfortunate, very, very frivolous portrayal of like, just choose a choose a resilient mindset instead. Like, did you think of trying resilience? it's yeah, it just does it does a disservice to the idea, because the idea of resilience and like I don't know, suggesting that somebody grow resilience or adopt more resilience or whatever. Even adopt resilience is not a term that I think makes sense really, but encouraging resilience and encouraging that somebody develop, I would say developing resilience is what I should have conveyed just with more, yeah. Okay, I'm lost a little bit right now in what I'm saying, but I'll let this point rest because I think I've made the point.
I suggest you take a resilient mindset instead of
Yeah,
a victim mindset because, we identify with our beliefs and our thoughts. I want to just bring up Stoicism. We don't need to talk about each of these elements, but Stoicism is very important, and it's a great source of wisdom for me and for many, many people across hundreds of years. And there's a reason it's so...
I think that I should have, again, tied these two things together. Instead of saying, hey, I recommend that you adopt a more resilient mindset, I should have said something like, there is a current of thought or there is a school of thought that I think really supports and helps in the development of resilience, and that is Stoicism, Yeah, that's something I can stand by, having said.
I want to just bring up Stoicism. We don't need to talk about each of these. There's a reason it's so, it stays true and is still talked about because it's so powerful as an idea. And so it has cardinal virtues, and it teaches you how you should look at life and what is important and what is not important.
That's fair.
I'm going to go into some metaphors.
But, okay,
life is like
this whole thing, this whole kind of section, I'm just going to say, like, when I prepared, or when I was preparing the slides and I had this idea of doing this whole little thing I'm going to do right now for like a minute or two in the presentation, I thought it was so cool. I thought like, oh yeah, they're going to get it. They're going to get the picture I'm trying to paint, and they're going to like transport themselves here. And now when I see it, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not feeling it. It's a little oversimplified, and honestly there is like a childishness I feel to it. Okay, I'll let it play.
An ocean, many fish, many places you can go. It's really vast, right? You're an explorer, you're scuba diving. It's awesome. It's a little bit scary. There's a shallow end, there's a deep end. You might be scared of the deep end. You might stay in the shallow end. This guy's saying, go, you got it. Just jump off. Jump off that way. Come on, jump off. And this, I don't know, you might be the adult, you might be the kid in this situation. Tag yourself mentally. And I urge you to do this. Jump like this guy. I know it's terrifying. I don't know if I would physically do that in real life, but do it metaphorically, please. I invite you to. And you know, you gotta jump. It's the act of charting new waters. They look very dangerous, but they're awesome and very adventurous, and you'll find beautiful things. So let's dive in.
Okay. Yeah, just, I don't think that needed to be in the presentation at all now that I think of it. I think what happened with why I left that in there is I feel that there was something about it that was like amusing to me. And I had like a hard time, maybe sentimentality around, hey, this is like kind of endearing and a bit amusing. I don't want to get rid of it. But I think that a more critical or a more discerning part of me should have left that out, or at least should have anchored it. Nautical theme. Should have anchored it better to what, just more important, more something that has more weight to it. Because again, it's like I basically already said everything that was meant to say in a way, kind of. Or even like the way that I said it throughout this moment of the depth of the waters and the depth of the pool. It's like I was trying to make a point, but then the point was not made. This is the point with us in the room. Like, no, it's just like I showed you images and then I made light of them and explained them in a kind of like a funny way. Kind of like, I'm not going to say it's super funny, but it's like a little bit funny. But it didn't serve its purpose really. I think maybe people probably understood what I was trying to say, you know, like, oh, some things in life are like a deep end in that they're intimidating and scary and risky. And then sometimes we stick to the shallow end where we feel safer, we feel, you know, more comfortable, something like that. And anyway, it doesn't feel effective what I did. It doesn't feel like it served the presentation or the audience or me or the point I was making. And so it just like suboptimal. On some level, I don't think that every moment has to be super, super optimized. Like, I'm not min-maxing the idea of giving presentations in general, because I do think that there's an aspect of like levity and just humanity and even, you know, something being flawed that I like and that I accept, at least in the way that I do things. Like, I don't want everything that I do to be super perfect and highly produced and flawless. I actually like when things are a bit more human and a little bit silly and like a little bit, you know, not taking itself too seriously, right? Like, I think that's why I left the pool thing in there, or this whole sea thing, because I thought, hey, this is a moment where I'm not taking myself too seriously, but it conveys a point that I do think matters. So I like that in theory, but I just think I should have done it a little bit differently or a little bit more effectively, let's say. Yeah. Like, I don't want to get rid of that, completely buff it out, polish it out forever, the essence of that, right? But the way that I chose to do it, and the pictures and the slides and the way that I chose to explain it, just kind of like dropped the ball a little bit on, it didn't go as well as
chapters.
I also find that the fact that we're 13 minutes in and I'm showing chapters is something I should not do again. I should have integrated this into the beginning of the presentation. For some reason, I did feel like I had to give this whole like preamble intro Although, again, with everything that I'm saying here, I hope that it's coming across to you, at least in this video, or in this presentation, that I think I failed in giving a intro or preamble that actually has weight and that ties these ideas together more effectively. The picture I was trying to paint, I guess, with all the ideas and slides and explanations, was this sort of, you know, it's meant to be like this kind of image of, hey, these are cycles we can fall into that are scary, and fears that we have about the world that we experience that are difficult to go through. However, if we adopt a growth mindset and you know, I don't know, a lot of the stuff that I wanted to suggest or like provide in this beginning part probably should have just been in the end part, and you'll see what I mean later. But in the last 20 minutes, I provide a bunch of tools and habits and sort of like activities and things people can do, to where, why did I even, I don't know, I feel like I kind of failed in compartmentalizing and like properly having everything be like where it should be, and something about the organization or the planning and the outlining of the ideas, you know, where the ideas live. And it could have been more effective, especially knowing that I only had an hour. Like, yeah. I'm kind of, yeah, I'm definitely going over a lot of different ways in which I could have done better, but I don't know, I'm not going to really cut any of this out. I think that for the sake of this video, like the fact that my mind is going all these different places about what could have been better, what I should have done instead, I think this is appropriate here, and it's interesting here because this is more of like a journal sort of experience, where right now I'm talking to myself the same way I would if I was journaling and trying to acknowledge, like, hey, Iris, you behaved in a way that compromises your values, or that doesn't convey the type of things that the person you want to be really would convey. So how can we find things that were unfortunately, you know, turned out one way, and let's do better next time by genuinely understanding how I feel about the shortcomings and, you know, stuff like that. Like, that's what I'm trying to do here. But yeah, I think that the fact that this chapters come in at 13 minutes and that I'm saying, here's some chapters, it's just, it just ain't right. It ain't right. Do better next time, me, you. Yeah, I'm pointing at me and I'm saying you in the video. But yeah.
Why? I want to talk about giving yourself permission. Second is who. The idea of standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm going to talk about my journey, and you'll put yourself in my shoes as well, please.
Why did I say it that
while
way?
I'm talking about that stuff. So, third one will be what and how. The keys to your creativity. I'm going to hand you the keys to your creativity, like
Okay.
a car or a house.
It's kind of strange. Like, I don't know. You'll put yourself in my shoes when I explain my journey, please. Something like that. I just feel like what's with that formulation? Like, why is that sentence coming out that way? Yeah. I mean, again, maybe I'm being a little too hard on myself, but that could have just been said in a better way.
Okay, this is me 10 years ago with a little sticker that says, "You're
Why
terrific."
did I need to say that?
Right. So, you might be poor, your shoes might be broken, but your mind is a palace. This is a quote from a Frank McCourt book that stuck with me ever since I was in high school. I thought, what a beautiful metaphor. Your mind is a palace.
Okay, wait, I'm going to say something else and then I'm going to...
Let's just take a moment to think of how awesome that is. Because sometimes people treat it like trash, but
Okay.
it's a palace. It's a museum.
Okay.
It's beautiful.
I honestly think that I could have cut out a lot of the slides that went before this, and used how I actually feel about this quote to convey a lot of what I was saying before. And I think that would have been more effective, actually, because the reason I love this quote, "You might be poor, your shoes might be broken, but your mind is a palace," is that, like, what a beautiful way to illustrate this idea that the external circumstances of our life might not match our internal circumstances, or that we might be struggling, that we might be facing hardship, difficulties, but that we should hold ourselves, what we do, what we feel, what we think, in high regard, and take care of it. Like the implication of a palace is that it's a place of, nobility in a way, of high value, that you should take care of it. You should have a sense of pride around it. Like, palace conveys a lot of things to a lot of different people, but and it can vary, but it's just this sense of, like, it's a beautiful place you should be proud of. You should, fill it with beautiful things. And yeah, this quote probably could have embodied, and then my explanation of what I think it conveys could have embodied and replaced a lot of the prior slides, I think, and conveyed more of what I was really trying to convey. And instead, I think I like compromised my effectiveness or my communication with little, like, kind of funny little things that for some reason felt amusing enough to me to do in the way that I did them. But I should have had a little bit of, like, a harsher cutting room editor mind that should have said, "Hey, you see all these, like, 60 slides that are doing something in a half-hearted way? Commit to, like, 2 or 3, and really drive the point home, instead of because now this one also is just yet another, like, one of the many slides, and that I think is something that hopefully I don't do again. Like, now that I've really thought it through this way, watched this, even, like, documented the way that I feel right now about this, I hopefully don't do this again. What I'm saying about don't do this is I hopefully don't kind of compromise my own communication of my point by spreading it out super thin, This is something that in the last few months has been, or this whole year maybe, I've been thinking about how do I retain the aspects of what I like about my communication style while sharpening it and making it more effective, right? Like, the aspects that I like are that I do like a sense of lightness and sort of, like, honest humanity, a bit of, like, vulnerable showing flaws, but there does have to be more weight and just storytelling and, like, notion of tying things together, and yeah. Anyway, this is a journey I'm going on, and something I'm evolving in regards to, but yeah, let's just keep going.
Trash, but it's a palace. It's a museum.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. So the ideas that come out of you and your experiences can be beautiful, can be a palace. This is something from my Appeal presentation. If you have ever seen this graph by Psycher Yasin, you want to raise your hand maybe if you know Psycher Yasin? Very few, but okay. He's a great YouTube guy, teacher, person. He has great ideas
YouTube guy, teacher,
on
person.
knowledge and learning. And I thought this was a wonderful graph. It's a really great way to tangibly explain the difference between, or, like, the pain of learning, right? Like, you're getting better. So your eye gets better, you get better taste, and your skills get a bit better. But then whenever they're mismatched, there's pain, very visceral pain, sometimes subtle pain, sometimes in tremendous pain. But it's all from the mismatches between the two, right? You get better, and then you're no longer satisfied with what you used to be able to do. And so I also want to bring in the idea that decisions and choices that we make are another element or variable, and it reacts the same way. You can be dissatisfied with your choices. Your choices can influence your taste. Your taste can influence your choices. The whole shebang, all the equations are possible. And they're interesting, right? And as time goes on, you unlock previously unavailable levels. So you had maybe something you could never even conceive of 3 years from now that you don't have the ability to access, but you will if you keep going. That's why it's so important to keep going.
Okay, I like the way that I ended that off by saying that you can unlock something that was previously, inconceivable, and it's important to keep going. But yeah, I think maybe I started off a little bit awkwardly and could have done a little bit better with conveying that idea, but it's all right. It's one of the more, middle of the road parts where it's neither here nor there. It's all right.
And now I want to talk about how that plus other knowledge and skills also affect everything. So it's like sugar, spice, everything nice from Powerpuff Girls. And so imagine all these lines, your trip to France, your relationship with your parents, your emotional confidence level, your choices, your skill, your everything, your physical activity. It's all this sort of thing that's like crazy and beautiful.
I don't remember right now. My immediate memory is failing me, but do I mention that each line represents something? Maybe. I think I kind of say that, but I feel like if I didn't say that, let's hear it again. Should have.
Sugar, spice, everything nice from Powerpuff Girls. And so imagine all these lines, your trip to France, your relationship with your parents, your emotional confidence level, your choices, your skill, your everything, your physical activity. It's all this sort of thing that's like crazy and beautiful. And then
I think I could have done better with that, with communicating the idea that each line represents a different experience or progress or journey you're on, and they can vary, in certain ways. I don't know. I should have maybe prepared like a more efficient way of explaining what I actually meant by each line, because otherwise it might not really land, even though in my head, like I feel like I get it, what I'm trying to portray, but I don't feel as though I've given people enough to really thoroughly get it. Maybe.
Your brain as like, this kind of fluctuating system, right? So hopefully some of the things I'm saying are kind of creating these visual metaphors in your mind or like experiential thoughts in a way.
Maybe.
And then when you experience all these things and how they fluctuate and how they change over time, your brain is kind of like, you're having like synapses firing as you're learning things and as you're becoming a more developed person. And you're going through all these different peaks and valleys in like knowledge and skill and everything, right? I just think those things are so fascinating. And so your brain waves can be kind of like, just okay. And then I want you to activate
I don't
them.
think that that's why I put that there. And I think, to be honest, I was probably just being nervous and kind of giving I don't know, I was like trying to describe the visual and associate it to the memory of why I brought it up, why I put it here. But this idea of like, your brainwaves can be like this, and I want you to, summon this like focus or something. No, that's not really what I was trying to say. I think I was trying to say that like, let's say that this compared to the other one. So this one would be, like in a dormant way, or in a day-to-day way, the way your mind is processing things, you're living. This is, things going on in your mind, and that when there is a sort of like mindfulness about it, maybe it was related to the mindfulness or the awareness, or like the way things kind of, when things connect and they, there's like a dynamic between the different aspects. Like, let's say you're challenged or something, or different aspects of your life. Like, let's say all those bars I was talking about, like a bunch of them are like on your graph of like your life, your skill, your experience, your all the different things that I was mentioning earlier are kind of interacting, and dynamics are developing between, the fact that you studied music and then you went to France, and then you like all these things are kind of building connections, and things that end up impacting your life and your artistry and your creativity. I think that's what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say what I actually ended up saying. I know that the way I said it right now took me way longer, but what I should have done was thought, okay, what's like a way to summarize what I actually want to say, instead of like misrepresent and kind of do a disservice to what I was trying to say. Probably could have said it in a more effective way.
Waves can be kind of like just okay.
Yeah, like what did I say?
You
Your brainwaves can be kind of just okay, and I want you to activate. It's like I'm the one choosing to say those words, right? But that's not what I meant to say or to convey. And so this idea that like I think it's interesting. So one thing, the reason I'm also like including people on this, like watching me tell myself this or think about this or self-critique myself about this, is like I just watched myself say something that like I didn't mean, Like, how can that be possible? I am the person driving my mouth, my body, right? But I could say things that I can look at later and think, what were you trying to say? That doesn't make any sense. Or that's not really quite what I imagined that I was saying, or that I thought I was setting myself up to say, Yeah, which is a tricky thing, to watch yourself do something that's like incongruent with how you truly feel or intended to present your ideas as, or something like that. It's kind of strange.
It's really cheesy, but
Yeah.
bear with me. Okay, so when you're learning, when you're growing, when you're living anything at all, feeling things, thinking things, there's all these, neuronal bridges being built in your mind. And the reason I want to talk about that is that I feel like neuroscience and thinking about this and being aware of this can really influence the way you live your life. And not only that, but like the people you let into your life and the activities you do. Just switching hands here. Okay, and I want you to be aware of this, because a lot of people live in an autopilot kind of mode, right? Just doing whatever's available, whoever comes, whoever wants to hang out, whatever my mom says, whatever my dad said, all kinds of like just whatever comes your way, right? But you can design your life and you can design your brain. I know that's kind of weird, but I want you to think that that's not weird. It's amazing, actually.
Okay.
It's very, very powerful. You can design the bridges in your neuronal connections in your mind. And
Okay, so that I think is one of the instances throughout the talk where I think I did actually successfully manage to convey what I meant and the gravity of it and why it's meaningful to me. So the fact that I feel so okay, I know that this is part of like how things go in life, right? Like if you watch yourself talk for an hour and it's a presentation you were giving on something, it's okay, and like more than likely that only some parts of it will feel like they were very successful, or what you really came here to do, or you're like proud of that like snippet. I think it's okay that I kind of feel that I did suboptimally or conveyed my thoughts in a scattered way up until 1720 or whatever, wherever this part starts. I think it's okay that I feel that way. It's not like devastating, you know, that I wish I had kind of just spoken through things better or conveyed things better before that. It's just there's such a contrast between what I feel like I just managed to put into words, I think in a way that satisfies me, and how I felt about all the slides and the moments that were deeply unsatisfying, you know? So the fact that prior to kind of like this moment, I'm not sure that there's anything that I said that really transmitted like why this stuff even matters to me, you know? And I think that a good goal that I would set myself or have is like that if I'm doing a presentation like this, maybe not every single moment, but many, many moments throughout it should convey this level of, you know, it's obvious that this matters, and it's the way in which it is communicated does justice to how much it matters to the speaker, to the point that is being made, you know? And on some level, there is something very intimidating and heavy about that, like that maybe doesn't really match my energy or something. Because I do, again, I do like taking things a little bit lighter, not taking myself super seriously. But I really do think that these things have such a gravitas, I hope I'm using that word correctly, but like a meaning and a weight to them. This idea that you can, that you, the decisions that you take and the way you understand how they affect your brain, this is like really important to me. I think about this a lot. I've thought about this for years of my life, you know? So the idea of having in other moments of the talk kind of failed to convey that. Yeah, I think that's why it matters to me probably, right? Because I really want to convey it in a way that does it justice. So that let's say somebody was listening who found themselves in this position that I was discussing, where there are people in their lives or there's decisions or habits that they have that they reoccurringly make or that they make on a reoccurring basis that harm, you know, the connections or do a disservice to the connections that they would rather build, you know. I want to convey or help that person, you know, kind of really understand how much it matters and how it's complicated what I'm trying to say, but I really want to reach like the heart of the person, and I think that's why it matters for me to communicate more effectively about this. Yeah, okay, let's just keep going.
All kinds of like just whatever comes your way, right? But you can design your life and you can design your brain. I know that's kind of weird, but I
And
want
the
you
way
to
that
think
I
that that's
said
not
this
weird.
too, so I like something about what I said. I said this, I know that's kind of weird or that sounds weird, but I don't want you to think it's weird. The thing I don't like about that is the way that I said it, but I like what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, and I think I try to say it other times throughout this as well, is hey, maybe I'm being awkward, or maybe I'm being a little strange, you know, quote unquote, or maybe this is a little bit over the line, or you know, something about it is uncomfortable or too vulnerable or too something, too emotional maybe. But then this idea that this being weird or being uncomfortable should be disregarded, and what is important about what I'm trying to say should be the only thing that we are concerned with, you know? So that's what I'm kind of trying to convey or say when I say, this is weird, but I don't want you to think it's weird. there's a better way to say that. And it's kind of like hard to say or hard to know what's the best way of communicating that. So I think it's something I'm still working on, like as a person. How do I broach that topic? But, or how do I say that in like a nice, clean way that I like? But it's definitely something that's been on my mind for a long time. It's also related to, I don't know exactly what it is. I feel like I used to have an idea of like a sentence that people would say very often that encapsulates this better. But it's this idea of like when you're listening to people say something on a podcast or in a video or in a movie or whatever, and they kind of just like brush off, or I don't know exactly what it is again, but it's this whenever something happens or something is said that sounds like, oh, like this thing I'm saying is so weird or so far out or so awkward. Like a lot of times I've had this sort of reaction to hearing that is like, what are you talking about? The thing you just described or the thing you just said, it's like deeply human and totally normal and should be absolutely easy to discuss or something like that, some version of that. I don't think I'm like expressing it super accurately, unfortunately, because I'm losing a grasp on like what exactly the sentence was that I used to kind of have like a strong reaction to. But it really is just this overall sense of like people saying things that should be comfortable to say, and then prefacing it or adding at the end, like tacking at the end, this idea of like, oh no, this is really weird what I said, right? Like I kind of just feel that to me is a bit childish, you know? Like there's things I find that whenever somebody goes, "Oh, like I'm about to say something really weird," it's usually not that weird, or maybe sometimes it is, and it shouldn't be said if it's like something that is, you know, not appropriate or something like that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking more about like you say something just like human, you know, and like honest, and that should be sayable, let's say, in the society that I would like to live in. But then we feel like we have to like pad it with some kind of like, oh, I'm being weird. You know, like I just take issue with that. But let's keep going.
It's amazing, actually. It's very, very powerful. You can design the bridges in your neuronal connections in your mind, and that's a great power. And with great power comes great responsibility.
Okay. I mean, like obviously that was just something that I felt like I had to insert, and it like amused me to say it. But yeah, I don't know. Again, sometimes I'm like, why are you doing that?
I know I'm cheesy. Okay, so
When I say I know
think
I'm
of these
cheesy,
synapses.
I feel like I'm doing that thing that I just described where I don't like it, and I'm padding it with like, I'm saying I'm cheesy, and it's almost like saving me from the discomfort of you thinking I don't think I'm cheesy or something like that. Or, oh, sorry, my microphone. But yeah, it's not necessary. I feel like I shouldn't have said that. Again, it's maybe I'm being too picky and even pointing that out, but okay.
Firing off, right? And become passionate about them. Like, oh, what can I feed my brain today? It's really cool. And I saw this GIF the other day by Lulu Tarp.
Unfortunately, the animation doesn't play. Let me find it because it is very beautiful. 1 second. Okay, so this is the animation that was supposed to be playing in that slide. And oh my gosh, it's absolutely stunning. It's by Lulu Tarp. I'm not sure. Maybe their name is Lulu. And les atomes et la contemplation. Couleur du perso copique, acteur typos. Yeah, so this animator did this sort of VFX practice, I think, or assignment or something like that. And it's just so beautiful. It's part of like a little short, like a very, very short animation they have. Anyways, the reason I wanted to include it is we'll hear it in the talk. Let's go back to that.
Or like, imagine this. This is the viewer. It's like you inside your mind, and you're just watching your mind make all these connections to things. It's beautiful. It's such a miracle. So there's all these like constellations inside your mind. I know it's maybe a bit awkward that I'm like getting emotional, but isn't it amazing that we have this possibility in our brain? Our brains are so cool. Yeah.
Our brains are so cool. I really think that. No, it's okay. Like, to me, again, that part where I'm sincerely just touched by this idea. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to hide that. I like that about myself. Um, yeah, this maybe sometimes like the way that I word it, or to be honest, this is something that I've kind of, maybe I should look here. I have issues around this because I think that this can happen to me sometimes too when I'm standing in front of like people like one on one talking to them, with something will just to me like really emotionally like reach me in a way where I have a strong reaction and I get teary eyed. And this happens to me when I'm listening to people tell a story about their life as well, to where I'll just feel it very strongly and I'll be like in my emotions about it. But I'm continuing the conversation like normal, and I'm not getting into any kind of a strange breakdown or anything like that. Like I'm not saying it's a huge thing, but I'm talking and it's like business as usual to conversation wise with the person, but I'll just have like tears welling up in my eyes, and like or my voice will break similarly to what happened here, where I'm just saying like isn't this beautiful, and the brain and the connections and the like I get kind of wrapped up in the feelings about it. But it's been something where I think at times it has been a sort of an obstacle to where, maybe if it didn't affect the communication, it would be easier if that didn't happen. But I think it's good to be like sincere and for things to emotionally affect us, as long as it's not like a highly reactive. I'm not into, and I try to like curb emotional like explosions or any kind of like anger. I'm not about that. And if I ever did them in the past, it was like in a state of emotional immaturity, and like things that are behind me. But on when it comes to like emotional immaturity, that I think is a good thing, I do think that on some level you should never like fully callous, your sensitivity to beautiful things in the world, to like deep touching things in the world. But maybe it's something about yeah, like I said, like there's moments in this where I like how something is being, I'm sharing, or I'm sincerely being affected by something, but maybe the words that I choose around it, or the way that I move through like the moment, could convey more just professionalism or something. In a way, sometimes I'm potentially undermining, that communication or that moment, whether it's this presentation or talking to people. I just wanted to be super transparent about that, where I have thought about like, should I maybe work on this? Should I just be aware of, how it goes, what I end up saying, or how things end up going because of how that feels, or how it feels for the other person to witness, stuff like that. It's kind of, it has multiple factors to it. But yeah, let's go.
Anyways, so for something more or less abstract, because I was a bit abstract and emotional, right? But that's okay.
Right.
So this is something more concrete by somebody I respect a lot, because he studies these things, and people who study these things and give us facts.
People who studies these things. That's okay.
Studies about these things are, to me, so important, because it takes it from being these concepts where we're like, yeah, okay, that's kind of interesting, to like, this is real. You have to take it seriously. And if you don't take it seriously, I think you're missing out. No offense.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry, I cut off at like a part that annoys me deeply.
And if you don't take it seriously, I think you're missing out. No offense, but you're missing out.
Okay.
So, curiosity, significant.
people who know me know I don't like saying this, but cringe. Okay, the way that I said that, something. If you don't take it seriously, you're missing out. And what else did I say? No offense or something. And then the idea that sorry, the way that I said it, what was it?
Because it takes it from being these concepts where we're like, yeah, okay, that's kind of interesting, to like, this is real.
Okay, I don't like anything about the way that I said it. This is like a little bit maddening to watch me say that way, because it just makes my skin crawl. I feel like I'm deeply annoyed by the way I chose to word this. I don't like that I used the word like a couple times in this kind of annoying way of, well, it takes us from like this to like that. I don't appreciate that I said that. And I also just feel that the way that I choose to word the importance of it, and the process of how what I'm trying to say is that the studies help illustrate or validate or give context or shed light on the seriousness of, I don't know what it is. I'm not going to come up with it right now, but these data points or something. I'm just trying to think of, like, you got to have a better way to say it than the way I chose to say it. It's the way that I said it definitely undermines both how I seem to perceive it and the thing itself, you know? So I think that the way that I ended up saying it just does a disservice to the idea, but also, again, like, I think the reason some of this stuff bothers me or annoys me is that it's unfortunate that I said it that way in that moment, because how important the thing is that I'm talking about, I feel I'm almost like insulting it. Not really. Like, that's, that's like a different level, I feel. But yeah, I don't like it. It's unsatisfying the way that I said it. It doesn't convey what I wanted to convey. And I just don't want to do that. I don't want to be talking about things that mean this much to me and representing them in that way. Doesn't feel good.
You have to take it seriously. And if you don't take it seriously, I think you're missing out. No offense.
So bad.
So, curiosity significantly ramps up levels of neuronal activity in human brain circuits that release dopamine. Dopamine is important, which in turn allows deeper, more stable learning. Isn't that something we want? Isn't everybody always talking about ADHD? Deeper, more stable learning.
The way that I said that also was just awkward. I didn't like it.
Not just of the thing we are curious about, but also the information and events that preceded it. Is this not the key to everything? This makes curiosity one of the most potent dopamine promoting and neuroplasticity and learning tools available. Curiosity is the best drug ever, and it's not synthetic. It's natural.
Okay. That just made me uncomfortable again. It's not the worst, the way that I chose to explain that, but I really feel like I did a disservice to the message. The quote is so solid, and I feel like I interspersed these things that didn't need to be there, didn't add to it. I think I got nervous, and I was just trying to convey, again, like, I was getting excited about it, but then I ended up undermining it through the way that my excitement was communicated. It's not a huge deal, of course. I'm not like, I want you probably acknowledge that some of the stuff I'm saying is maybe a bit like intense proportionally to what I actually said or did. Okay, it doesn't matter that much that I said it that way, and it's only slightly bad. It's not awful, but it's not good either, you know. I would so much rather be hearing myself deliver this quote or, you know, convey this message in a way that I would hear and go, yeah, yeah, I'm proud of that. Like, that does justice to the message. And I think that that's a feeling that I'm just going to work on, you know, having a sense that I am the one who makes that happen in that moment, right? Like, it's my responsibility to acknowledge that some words will result in me fumbling the message, and other words will result in me feeling like I did justice to the message. And that's just something I feel like if I don't really let that sink in, this pattern of conveying things in dissatisfying ways is more likely to continue, you know? But the more I really hold this sense of how I would rather be speaking and saying things, hopefully it turns into, you know, me seeing that in my behavior, in my speech patterns. Again, I think a lot of this is happening in this video because of the kind of nervous energy of presenting and, you know, that type of the way that that kind of gets expressed and changes me in a sense, you know, because that pressure is making me maybe almost like not, I wouldn't say like self-sabotage, like that's like another level of like severity, but a little bit. It's like minor self-sabotage in a sense, you know? Yeah.
And it's not synthetic.
It
It's
just makes me
natural.
laugh. It's not
So I want this
synthetic.
to be you. I want your life to be this little ball in this little guy's hands. And you're excited. Please be excited about your life.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that to me is like a little vulnerable moment of me being a little odd, but I don't mind it, you know? I think it's okay. I think for me, for who I want to be, that's okay. Like, please be excited about your life. Like, that's a level of silliness I like, but there's other areas of silliness or unseriousness that are more annoying to watch me be or do, you know, or like uncomfortable. But that type of thing of like asking people like, "Hey, be excited about your life," like that, I actually like that. Like, I think that's a good. I like it for me.
This is
Maybe
another little
maybe not everybody does.
metaphor that I like a lot. Basically, has anybody ever seen this? Can you raise your hand if you've seen this? Okay, have you seen this but in like a flat hue bar? Like a more normal one, right? From left to right? Yeah, you have?
Okay.
Normally you think of color as like a spectrum from left.
Okay, yeah, like too much. You're doing too much. You're asking too much about the way people have seen it and stuff. Just talk about the thing, or maybe show, like, if I was gonna do all that and say all that, I should have just showed a picture of the other, you know, ways of visualizing color space. Like, I should have just shown the color wheel and maybe the hue cube or the sliders. I was doing too much.
Left to right, right? If you think of it this way, I encourage you to think of it this way because this is basically mapping color and value and chroma and all these like different variables onto spatial, like a spatial relationship. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand what that means? Like space, so physical space, right? So instead of just a 2D representation, like point A to point B, and then like all the variables between there, you're thinking of it as like an area, sort of in your.
Yeah, I think I should have edited some of my live some wow, I'm getting all word salady now, but like I should have just cut those things out the moment they entered my brain. So some of it was okay. The idea of, hey, this visualization enables you to map the qualities of color in a spatial way. Okay, I might not have done it really well there either, but there's a way to say it that is like one sentence.
mapping an area. And the reason I want to bring this up and just kind of take you through how that works is that this can be a conceptualization for color and value, but also for your life and different ideas and like taste and like humor and like inspiration and stuff, right?
I think it's funny that I'm going like, ah. This kind of like, I'm kind of making effort noises. I didn't need to do that, I guess.
So if you like Greek philosophy or archaeology or something, and then you also like, my boyfriend likes fishing, like you can do, you can have like this map of like the relationship between fishing and Greek and mythology, and I don't know, does that make sense? Is that too weird? I just think these things are so cool. Like imagine again the metaphor I had before with the brain and all these peaks and valleys. Like this is like a landscape, a beautiful landscape. And so you know how you do plein air and you just capture the beautiful landscape? Do that with ideas as well, like the kind of like metaphorical landscape, idea landscape, thought landscape.
Okay, so yeah, I think that I ended up kind of somewhat successfully painting the picture of what I was trying to say, to where, okay, instead of chroma, value, hue, you can imagine these things as variables and different depth levels into certain topics that you know about or are curious about, and the way you can combine different elements of those topics and almost have like a coordinate system, or like but this is vague. This is like a vaguely metaphorical thing. Like imagine if each of these little boxes of color or value or whatever it is represents like an idea in space and in its surrounding environment of the things that are related to that idea or stuff like that. Like I'm trying to explain this, and this is a concept that I think is awesome because it kind of like helps you bring like a physicality or like a visualization aspect to combining ideas, you know, because sometimes ideas seem so vague and intangible, but then this idea that you could almost see an idea or a combination of topics as like a landscape that you could walk inside of and take a picture of, and end up with like certain combinations of things composed in a certain way. There is something that this like serves, this metaphor serves in my mind that really benefits me as an artist and as a person and everything. And I was trying to convey that, but I don't think I did such a good job. And I also ended up saying like, is that too weird? And something, just some stuff that I could have done differently, let's say. But yeah, let's move on.
As well, like the kind of like metaphorical landscape, idea landscape, thought landscape. So who? I'm just going to talk a little bit about myself, not too much, so I don't like doing that too much. So I don't know how much time I've been talking for. Anyway, so standing on the shoulders of giants. You got to stand on the shoulders of giants.
You gotta.
Hopefully everyone understands that quote.
What does that mean? Like, you gotta stand on the shoulders. You just gotta.
It basically means that we rely on everybody before us to become who we need to be. So everybody plays a role.
Something like that, right? Like, I don't think I'm getting it right. Let's see. Let's go Google. Standing on the shoulders of giants. The first thing that comes up is Standing on the Shoulders of Kitties, which is a Trailer Park Boys film. That's hilarious. But no. So Standing on the Shoulders of Giants is, yeah, one's accomplishments and understanding are built upon the achievements of predecessors. Yes, okay, I think I didn't get it completely wrong, but something about the way that I present this idea is like a little bit off, I feel. Especially when I say, you gotta.
Everybody plays a role in everybody else's life.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a really, really, really important.
That was me trying to breathe, which is something that I always forget to do when I'm. Oh my gosh.
Important quote. So, if I have seen further than others, it is by standing upon the shoulders of giants. The reason this quote is so impactful is that it's not self-important. It's very acknowledging of the efforts and the grandiosity of others, what others have done before you. And if you can connect to that deeply and appreciate that, I think you're much more likely to become a person that has great skills, but also no ego. You know, you need ego death.
Yeah, okay. What is you need ego death? I think that phrase is something I just didn't need to say. It doesn't serve the point I'm making. And I also, so the fact that I said I think I said the reason this quote is so important is that it's not self-aggrandizing or something like that. That's not exactly the reason. Let me go back.
And if you can city of others, it's very acknowledged. The reason this quote is so impactful is that it's not self-important.
Yeah, so I don't think that's like the reason, but it is part of the reason, and it is something that it's a lesson, you know, that this quote contains, or an important aspect of it. But I think what happened here when I said that was my brain wanted to say, hey, you know, talk about the reason this is important. And then another little thought, like adjacent to the reason it's important, popped into my mind. And my head said, yeah, like put that first. Say that before what you were trying to say. Something like that. Like I should have had a more organized thought that I was heading towards, and I should have acknowledged how that was not the reason, you know. But that's what ended up happening.
It's very, what others
Let's skip
appreciate
it.
that. I think you're much like, but also no ego. Ego death.
Ego death. Okay, the thing I was trying to highlight, let's say, and I think it's a good thing to highlight. What I was trying to say was that this is a way to see past ourselves and see how much of our own success or lessons we learn or knowledge can be attributed to simply having learned from predecessors, other people, mentors, friends, colleagues, people who put information out there, etc. Like, and kind of the reason I was mentioning that was like connecting that to thankfulness, gratefulness, mindfulness, being mindful of where knowledge comes from, feeling connected to that, and not feeling like a sort of grandiose sense of like I've done everything and everything can be attributed to my skill and my efforts, you know, because that is detached from how much we depend on other people, and I think it's good to acknowledge that. But anyways, I think that the way that I kind of tried to express that point gets a bit lost in the way that I said it. But yeah, let's move on.
Just like when you let go of yourself. Me and my parents, we're immigrants to Canada, and my parents, I think they're very smart people, and I really appreciate that. We had a hard childhood because, you know, generational trauma. Sometimes people don't treat their kids all that well, but I really appreciate the things I learned. We learned different languages.
Let it be clear that I'm trying to like gloss over something and not explain it, I guess, when I say that, and just trying to be respectful of like certain personal things. But, and then also the fact that other people have similar experiences that I'm trying to like say, hey, you know, you might also have things in your family that happened that are just related to generational trauma and stuff. That whole kind of concept or like umbrella of things that can happen to families and stuff. I don't know. I think I could have said it differently or better or omitted it. I'm not sure. Like I think saying some, like acknowledging it in some way is better than fully omitting it, because it was kind of part of the whole entire thing I was trying to say. But maybe I should have been more thoughtful about like how I said it.
Because we were in Canada, I had to learn French. I didn't like it at the time, but I grew to appreciate it because now I can speak to French artists who are amazing. So everything comes back around, even though you think,
Yeah, I think also that sentence, like, because now I can speak to French artists who are amazing. It's a bit like, it kind of feels like a donut with like rainbow sprinkles on it or something, but I don't know if like the meat of what I was trying to say really got across. I think it did. Basically, like I'm saying, oh, learning a language enabled me to communicate and speak with people who are worth communicating with, rather than being unable to, communicate with in their own language, something like that. But I don't know. I don't really like the way that I said it. It's okay. It's not that bad.
This is a waste of time. I don't like this. No, I'm a kid. I want to learn something else.
Yeah.
Don't think that, reframe it. And some Romanian. And again, even that, I thought, I don't like my weird roots. They make me different. My culture's weird. My food smells weird. Whatever, but it makes you who you are. Embrace it.
Yeah, like, I'm just trying to be funny, I guess. I think it's okay. It's all right. It's not. I'm not like the best comedian, but I'm also not the worst. Like I don't think hearing me say that, like, oh, my stuff is weird, my culture's weird, my food smells weird. I don't think it's like the worst joke someone ever made. But yeah, I could do a little better.
Find positivity there. Anyways, so also I just want to talk about the
I'm about to say something stupid. When I think I end up saying no offense again at some point, and that's just, let's see.
benefits of a multilingual brain. No offense to people who only know one language. I think that you have
Okay, the way that I say it. Okay, let me actually. I gotta hold back. I gotta let this play a little more.
have the potential to learn much more, by the way, so I'm not trying to be mean. But I really think that if you put in even a few minutes a day to learn a different language, your brain, like I said, with the curiosity system and everything like that, will really benefit, because learning and neuroplasticity is so important to who you are, who you become, how you think, and everything. The more you introduce different, like, new bridges in your brain, new places for your ideas to go, new connections to make, even linguistically, because our linguistic system is so tied to our thinking system. These things are really essential, and you learn more and you become a more complex person.
Okay. Even I acknowledge, I'm like, okay, I'm spending too long on this point. Switch to the next slide. But okay, the thing, I didn't like that I said, no offense to those who only speak one language. I'm not trying to be mean or something like that. The word mean is so, I feel like, childish in a way. Like the idea of saying no offense and then I'm not trying to be mean in like a professional presentation. I feel that it kind of like lowers just the tone and the I don't like that those were the words that came out of my mouth. I think that what happened was, like, okay, again, like, I'm nervous, so I guess a kind of like a very simplistic and kind of a very accessible way to say what I was trying to say came out of my mouth, but I didn't like that. I don't like that I said those words, like the no offense and the I'm not trying to be mean. Something about that is so, I just really don't like it. I think I should have said something, I might not get it just right now, but more along the lines, like, how would I say that but better? Okay, it's not coming to my head right now, and I think it's probably because I've also been just watching this for too long, and I'm like on a roll with just kind of feeling a little bit like a hater, a little bit like a hater. I'm just sitting here like, what are you doing, Iris? But I think I could have worded it in a more professional way, in a more thought out way. I could have said something that sounded more eloquent about just something that holds this idea or contains this idea of how difficult and inconvenient and rare it is for people to truly even feel like they have the time, or like just the concept of like not wanting to learn another language or not feeling like you can, or there's multiple reasons, right? Like a lot of things I hear from people is like, I don't have time, I'm not good at it, it doesn't come easily for me, I tried and I failed, I tried and it didn't work, I tried and it didn't stick. Like there's all this kind of like reasons that have a lot of truth to them, but then what I was trying to propose, I guess, is like an aspect to be open to is like, one, like it doesn't have to be as hard as you think it is. And number two, like even a very small amount of practice or sustained attempt or like momentum or whatever with trying to learn language still pays off greatly and like benefits your mind and all this and stuff like that. Like I was trying to honor, or refer to how difficult it can seem and all that, and like the barriers we have or the resistance we have around the idea of learning a language, and like acknowledge that, but then propose like, hey, despite that, you know, I really do encourage you to try to incorporate this into your life, and I promise it's worth it, even on a small scale. Something like that, like something that wraps that up in a nice bow and like shortens it, summarizes it. Because the way that I chose to say it in the video just does not do justice to the thing I was trying to convey. Again, that's like the main thing that's bothering me, obviously, repeatedly.
I think. And it doesn't take that much effort. So these are things I did when I was a kid, things that inspired me a lot. Diablo, Shadow of the Colossus, Chrono Trigger. This game, the one in the middle, called Seiken Densetsu 3, was translated by like a small team of fans into English, because only available in Japan. Has that ever happened to you where you're like, oh my god, thanks to those 10 people, I was able to access something that changed my life? Like, people are amazing. It's so cool. Okay, Spyro Rain.
Okay, yeah, the thing I was trying to say there was supposed to connect to everything I was saying in a way, or everything, the kind of the whole presentation is about this thing of, hey, be curious about things, find meaning in things, and that helps communicate, that helps you to communicate with other people, it helps you bridge, create connections between things. And the fact that those people, those maybe some were Japanese, some were English, some were both, or spoke both, they came together to like bring this game to other people. It like embodies these ideas that mean a lot to me, that mean a lot to other people, that have relevance in this talk, not like directly, but in an indirect kind of way, because there's like an element of language and learning and sharing and communicating, and there's a process that they had to stick to, share this project with other people when they translated the game. Anyways, that's why I shared it. Although I'm not entirely sure it was necessary to share. But I do think I kind of can't help myself with stuff like that. Like if something feels like it has a little special meaning or significance or something like that, I just feel an impulse of like, hey, let's acknowledge this for a second, And on some level, I do think that it brings joy to me and maybe to other people. But yeah, let's keep going.
Man, Chrono Trigger, etc. Anyway, so like I said before, kind of map yourself onto my stuff. So I'm not trying to just be like, oh, look at me, but imagine like, oh, your journey and how it affects you, right? So
okay, the way that I said it, that kind of thing. Okay, I'm kind of like making light of what I'm saying. That's okay, but I do think I should have said maybe while I was on that slide, like, I invite you to imagine your own version of this sort of influence map, or projects that other people contributed to that influenced you. There's a way I could have said it that would have just been conveyed better again. But yeah, let's keep going.
I'm not trying to just be like, oh, look at me, but imagine like, oh, your journey and how it affects you, right? So this is a really crappy drawing I made when I was 10, inspired by this.
Yeah, okay, so the fact that I used the word crappy, and then there's other points in the presentation where I used the word, I think, crap or shit or something like that. I really don't like that. It really annoys me a lot. And they're words that I think I say extremely rarely. So rarely that I'm not even really sure how they made their way through my mind to come out at this moment. I think what it is, of course, again, I'm kind of using the nervous aspect as like a crutch, maybe, but I wonder if there's this part of like our brain that when we're nervous, just if we can't like control that sense of and just tell ourselves, hey, calm down, maybe things come to the surface that are just unfortunate, like I've said something like a word like that where I'll be like, why did I say that? I wouldn't have said that if I wasn't nervous. And then I don't really want to like punish myself too much about it because I don't really normally say it. I think I'm not, because the kind of person I want to be is somebody who doesn't really say that ever. So I am accomplishing that in my daily life. Saying those things very rarely is something I find great ease in. Like I don't say that stuff often. It's just a personal preference. I just don't really want to be saying that. But then it's like, why did it come out here? Why did I say crappy or something like that? I just wish I could have prevented that from happening in that moment. It's not a big deal, but I don't like it.
She was one of my first inspirations, Michelle Hofener. And I think honestly, this is so what a kid would do. I Googled my name, and her character's name is Iris. And I went, oh, Iris on Google. What am I going to find? Anything cool? And then I found her art, and it was her OC. And I was like, I want to draw like that. Can you see how I just like really badly did that fan art? But anyways, we all have those moments.
It's okay. I don't know, the way that I told that story, and kind of like some of even the voices I used or something to enunciate or emphasize certain things about how I felt about it. Not my favorite moment of my life, but it's not the worst. I think I'm about to say something about this that I also don't really like very much.
Moments, right? But eventually, my mom, even seeing that beautiful drawing, was like, I don't know if I should let you be an artist, but she got me this thing, one of the shittiest Wacom ever.
Like, okay, that word, it's even uncomfortable for me to say it. Shittiest, like I never say that. Okay, maybe if I say never, it's not true that I never ever say shittiest, but why did I say it here? I think that's a very rare part of my vocabulary. And I don't like that it's like immortalized in this video. It's not a really big deal because in the grand scheme of things, I highly doubt that it's even ever going to matter or anything will happen at all in anybody's mind that will be like, because I said shittiest at this moment in this video. But it just doesn't feel good. I don't like that I said it. It's not, the fact that it's like not representative of things that I say is uncomfortable.
It was like 2 inches by 2 inches. Like, come on, even for a print that small. Imagine drawing like that. Your wrist is just doing all the work. No bueno. All right. Anyway. Then this is some old stuff. Yeah. It's so bad. Anyways, let's go quick. One eternity later. I'm doing studies. I'm taking art seriously. I wasn't before. More eternity later.
In the corner, there was this was the GIF, where the guy goes, more, and he's like screaming in this really visceral kind of way. It's like very intense. I think that's why, yeah. Anyway, I think people found this slide funny, the one eternity later thing. And I find it funny, like also the previous one that I shared. But yeah, I don't know. I think when I watch myself at this part of the talk, like the specific like couple minutes, it's okay. Like I don't really mind that much the way I'm being. I think it's okay, but again, it's not my favorite.
Here we are, doing cool shit. I'm happy.
Why'd I say that? Like, again, I just, oh, it's so uncomfortable because I said, and here we are doing cool shit, and I'm happy. I don't like that. I don't want to talk like that. I think I very rarely talk like that. Um, even among friends, whenever I use like a cuss word, I use it in a way that's like self-aware, or like the humor around whatever I'm saying when I do employ those words is like referencing the fact that I don't usually say them, if you know what I mean. So the the thing that I feel is inappropriate in this context with using that word is that no one has really any way of knowing like that I don't usually say that, right? And that's why it makes me kind of uncomfortable about it, because there's this aspect of like when you're doing a presentation, you should be kind of like at your best in a sense, right? Like maybe not at your very best, and if you're not at your best, you should feel so bad. Like I don't think it's like that, you know? But this, yeah, just it's me saying, "Oh, doing cool shit." Like I just don't like it.
I've worked really hard and it's fun. I'm really excited. Sorry, I keep doing this like.
Okay. Yeah, what I'm referring to there is, if you hadn't noticed already, is that throughout the presentation, I, and it took me that long to notice, I was doing this like sidestepping thing. And I was telling my friends about this. I was like, I'm nervous for the video to come out because I noticed at some point in, sorry, one sec. Like a hair in my mouth or something. Okay, I noticed at one point in the video that I was doing this sort of nervous stepping side to side thing. I think to, pacify my physical anxiety or whatever that I was having. I was doing this kind of, self-regulating, body regulating thing where you're kind of stepping one foot on one side and then one foot on the other side, and it's, again, it feels like a high school presentation tactic that your teacher points out and then you should never do again, Like, I should just have had like a more confident stance. I don't think I was doing it as like nervously or neurotically or like as such a high pace as I imagined I was. Like I wasn't going like this, to where it was like every moment. But it was still happening to more of an extent than I think would have been ideal. So I became like self-conscious about it. Yeah.
That's fun. Anyways, getting to work on things that mean something to me, that are interesting to me, and it's like it doesn't happen right away, right? It's like a crazy blessing. I'm really lucky and happy, but it took so much work and so much patience and passion and curiosity. This is the main fuel, I feel like. But yeah, that was cool. That was cool. That was cool. I feel so lucky. And this.
Yeah, I mean, that was okay the way I said it. Like I'm coming across how I want, which is like grateful for these opportunities. I'm excited about them. And I did mention that it's like things I care about, which is a big part of the whole idea of the talk, is like finding out what you care about, feeling deeply connected to it, understanding like the role that connection that you have to that topic plays in your life, the doors it can open inside you, but also outside of you. I think I touch on some of that here, so it's all right.
This is if any was anybody at the community talk that I had?
Wait, I just wanted to mention how the thing I just broached on is like where I do like how I did manage to convey some of it, where like, hey, this matters to me and this is why. I think that there's something about like something annoying about how juxtaposing that like success in communication right next to the failure that I see in my eyes, right? So it's like the part where I communicate something in a way that does feel like it has like the correct weight and implication and what I want is being conveyed right there. That's good. But then right next to it is me saying like, I'm doing cool shit. And I just don't like that those things are like next to each other, It's, I would like for the thing that I didn't like saying to be as far away as possible from the thing that I did like saying, you know, because it it's like it's just like if you, I don't know, like let's say on a plate of food that you were looking at and that was influencing you, right, with its appetizingness or the levels of appetizing things on the plate were, you know, you were about to eat what's on the plate, right? I don't want my favorite thing, let's say something like mashed potatoes, like I love mashed potatoes. I don't want mashed potatoes to be right next to something I hate or like garbage, you know? Because the idea of like how that will feel on my palate, you know, it's not feeling nice. It's it's doing nothing for me, you know, like I want the just want everything to feel like the mashed potatoes. I don't want any of the garbage. And I don't like how it like undermines the positive aspect. So yeah, anyways.
Just a few, thank you guys. So we talked about constellations and how everybody has like their own constellation of stars that are connected, dots connecting along the way that make you who you are. This is so important. Like, make one for yourself. You'll see it's really fun, and you'll be like, "Oh my God, I remember that one thing where like now I understand why I like video games or something, you know." And this is like a community-inspired constellation where it's like, where did I meet other people who like these things? And so, yeah, if you make one for yourself, can you send it to me? That'd be fun.
Like, no one sent it to me, which is fine. Like, actually, something I find, I don't know how to deal with this. It's that oftentimes in presentations or at events, I will very well-meaningly let people know that they can send me a question or that they can send me a thing or their portfolio, and I'll be like, listen, it might take me some time, but I promise I will try to help you. And the thing is with me is that sometimes I am available and I try to help and I do, and like it gets across and the person says thank you and stuff like that, but usually it's not immediate. Like usually it will be like after the event where I said to them that they could do that, I'll be busy, or like I will be avoiding social media because sometimes I just do that. And then I will be focusing on other tasks or responsibilities. And then they have sent their message, you know, it's like sitting in my inbox, whether it's on Instagram or Gmail or something like that. In this case, like no one even sent me the constellation thing. But I'm still glad I said, you know, send it to me if you do it. It's okay. It's not like a bad thing to say that. But I didn't even really clarify like how you do it or what the driving idea is. I kind of explained it a little bit, but I don't know if I like successfully did it enough that people understood like, or people felt like compelled to, you know, use this as like a format or anything. Anyways, what I was trying to say was that I end up feeling like I'm failing the person because they end up waiting quite a bit of time to receive an answer from me. And then usually when I do end up being able to answer, I try to be very thorough. But because I feel the need to be thorough, sometimes I avoid even acknowledging the message or like responding in a shorter way because I'd rather respond in like a very helpful, very useful way. So something I'm working on. But anyways, let's move on.
All right, my origin story. This is a drawing I did of me a while ago, like 10 years ago. All right, anyway. So on the way to your career, you know, there's a lot of detours. On the way to being who you're supposed to be, there's a lot of detours. Let's just talk about real quick. So school. I went to this school in like Montreal called École Secondaire Félix Leclerc, and I spoke that in not a Quebec accent.
I didn't need to say that. I don't know why I added that.
But that's where I learned Quebec French. So John Abbott College, honors social science, and then LaSalle College design, fashion design, and then Dawson College, which somebody asked me about earlier. We can talk about that later. We had this group, we called it Quest. I came up with that because I thought it was fun, like Quest, but with a 3. Oh, fun. Okay. And then, yeah, Dawson was in Montreal.
When I said fun, I was trying, like, it's okay. Again, whatever. It's not a big deal that I said that. But I also feel a bit iffy. Like I was trying to convey, oh, using a number as a letter, nerds, like nerd sense of humor, leet, like 1337 for leet. Like it's such a kind of classic internety kind of humor thing. And I didn't want to, I don't know, the way that I ended up summarizing that feeling about it, the quest with the three was fun, but that's just something very awkward and uncomfortable about the way that I chose to word that. I don't know.
Wasn't that like, it wasn't like a well-known place or anything like that. And it didn't need to be. You don't need to go to the best school. Anyway,
And that was in reference to Dawson College because sometimes I hear people kind of, they go, "Oh, I go to art center or I go to Cal Arts," and it's like, whoa, very impressive and all that, but that doesn't need to be everybody's situation, and it most definitely wasn't my situation. Yeah.
I I was kind of a nerd in school. I was in like the enriched program called Excellence, which means excellent. And we were, oh, you're the smartest little kid. Whatever. All the kids whose parents told them, study more, finish that assignment now, Okay, so we were more.
I don't know. I think I was trying to be funny about overachieving child and kids, and I don't know if it lands. I maybe shouldn't have said the stuff that I said.
Were we more interested in things because we were smarter? Or were we smarter because we were more interested in things? I'm not sure. Sometimes
and I don't know about using the word smarter or like the way that I worded this, but what I was trying to convey, and I think I don't know, like I touched on it real fast, I guess, by bringing this up. I was really just trying to include this notion of which thing begets the other, or which thing causes the other, or comes first, or because I wonder if the way that some of these things are perceived, like if you think of a kid when they're very young, and let's say you go, oh, that kid's very sporty, or that kid's very intelligent, or that kid's not intelligent. Like some things sometimes we believe about ourselves, like, oh, I'm not intelligent, or I'm not this, or that person's like that, and whatever, these kind of like labels we give each other. I do wonder about how, if you, like the very nature that we were encouraged to feel like we were smarter, because we were in this group, I wonder if it made us, if it like ensured, that our results would be better, because that was how we were told, kind of the context we were in, like we identified with being in that group, So anyways, there's all these different factors of like all that, how that works, and how humans end up behaving, or how results end up being based on the cohorts that you're assigned, and stuff like that, or labels that are used or communicated to you, and things like that. I just think that that's interesting. I'm fine with how I expressed it. It's okay. It's not like the best, but it's not bad either. I think it's okay.
Cause and effect are confusing, right? And so I just want to talk about how I used to just walk around in nature as a little kid. That really influenced me, watching, daylight and stuff, and just
daylight and stuff. Watching maybe the day go by, or watching, yeah, the way that I said watching daylight and stuff. I think I find I get quite triggered by something and stuff. Like that formulation annoys me.
exploring as a kid, being outside, that's really important. Touch grass. Nature, bugs, curious. I was like, oh, when you see like a leaf and there's a lot of little red.
Okay, this is like a very specific memory for me. I'm talking about leaves with red spots on them, and this is something that happens to me a lot, where like a super specific memory will be in my mind, and I know just through experiencing myself trying to share those things over time, that sometimes the way that I decide to express or describe that very specific memory will either land or like completely miss the mark, and I failed at describing it in a tangible way. I think some of that is funny, like the fact that I think it's like funny and not like totally a mistake to just bring up like, oh, you know, like this really specific thing, because part of like the other potential side of that being like, no, I don't know about the green leaves with the red dots. Like, I think that the fact that something could like land, not land, and like fall flat and not be shared is kind of funny. But I think I could have conveyed the thing I was trying to convey better for the sake of the presentation.
Red dots on it, and you're like, oh my god, these are fairy eggs or something. It affects your life, you know? And then some music.
Okay, yeah, like those sentences. You know, when you find like a leaf and there's fairy eggs, and it affects your life. Like, I don't think that that's well conveyed, but whatever.
Some edgy stuff like Green Day,
Green
Gorillaz,
Day.
Queens of the Stone Age. This is my jam.
Yeah, I was rushing through this, you can tell. And I didn't do a good job of explaining why I'm even talking about this. You know, like I know why I'm talking about it. I am trying to paint a picture of influences and situations and ways in which it all kind of comes together to shape who I am and what I do. Like this, for example, when I made this slide, I thought about Jamie Hewlett and how much he influenced thousands of people through Damon Albarn and like Gorillaz and the visual identity of that, and how a lot of artists have been super influenced by that. And I just didn't say it. I didn't mention it because I was rushed. And like I said, there's no one to blame but me for how rushed I feel during this presentation, because I made the pack, the like super densely packed information. Yeah.
No longer, but Gorillaz might be the only one that, yeah, anyway. So comedy also, levity, lightheartedness, absurdity, creativity. These things are really important, and who you are ends up being really influenced by what makes you laugh, what makes you sad, what, you know. And then all these things have like thinking structures to them too. Comedy, for example, for me is so important. If you notice, I like to make jokes and take things not so seriously, or either myself even, and this is really important. I encourage you to do that. It also makes.
Yeah, like I think that was okay. I think that the fact that I tried to communicate the aspect of like levity and not taking yourself too seriously can come into your personality, benefit your life, part of your life. That's good, but I think that a better point could have been made as to the role that plays and how it affects, you know, everything else. And it just kind of like a bit of a lot of these end up just being like a missed opportunity to do even more with, or have an even better message with.
Makes you more clever, I think. And so I wanted to bridge the gap. You know, how do I get to the cool kids? I don't want to be just the kid with the academic skills. I want to also become good at other things and talk to people.
I think I said that in an okay way. Again, like is all right, but I think I didn't convey how everything was connected. Again, like this idea of bridging the gap between, I felt like I wanted to be both of these groups of kids. Like I wanted to be in my role of like being in the class that I was in, where I was in the class of people who like there is a focus on like how well we perform at school. I liked that, but then I also didn't want that to be my only aspect of my identity. I also wanted to feel less alienated from everybody else. So I wanted to feel like I was just a normal kid as well, talk to other kids. Maybe if I had had time, I would have communicated more time, or given myself more time, I would have communicated this point better. But it's this aspect of like, when life faces you with a situation where you're like, oh, how am I going to summon this skill? You know, this want. There's a want in me to bridge the gap between the kid that I feel like I have to be and the kid that I want to be, you know? Or like the social life that I'm given and the social life that I would rather have and stuff like that. And then the communication skills are like a need, you know, that can help me bridge that gap. And everything, to me, when I think of this dynamic, I can see how it's relevant in my life. It's relevant to a lot of people's life. Just don't really, I'm not a big fan of like the way that I communicated it. Again, it's like all right, but could have done a better job with this, because I think this is like super important actually, especially to a lot of artists. A lot of us underestimate how much communication skills impact our life and play a role in opportunities we get or don't get, or just the way like everything goes in our career, and life, you know, social life, and a lot of things. A lot of things have to do with communication skills. And actually a big part of it is why I'm, you know, watching myself communicate in this video and having thoughts and feelings about how it came across, you know? So yeah.
The academic skills. I want to also become good at other things and talk to people. And then I studied honor social science, anthropology, Mesopotamian civilization, etc. I'm going to go pretty fast though. And then fashion design was amazing because it's kind of like archaeology, but for not archaeology, architecture, but for clothing. So you know how for clothing you make a blueprint? Well, for fashion design you make a pattern, and then once you make a pattern, physically you like do the exercise of making it. You never look at clothing the same ever again. You're looking at every single person, what they're wearing, the t-shirts, the seams, the lines, how big it is, and you're like, oh, I understand how that works. It's so cool. I respect it more, and it's so difficult. And just that acknowledgement of how much thought goes into everything around us is like, whoa, mind-blowing. And so I really encourage you to not...
Okay, when I said, whoa, mind-blowing, what I was trying to convey was that GIF. It's kind of like, I don't know how I feel about this aspect of me and maybe many other people these days, where sometimes the thing we're trying to say or like refer to is a meme or a GIF we saw, or a GIF that we often use to express ourselves with. For me, the GIF where it's from Tim and Eric, and it's like, I think it's Steve Brule. I'm not really sure if it's like a different character. It might be another Tim and Eric character where he's going like, and like I feel like I open a VR video with that same kind of like physical reference to this GIF. And okay, not everybody has seen the GIF, right? Like some people have seen the GIF, but my mind is like stuck on this reference, and I don't mind that because I think it's self-explanatory. Like when you go, people understand you're talking about like mind-blowing, something being mind-blowing, and impactful and like surprising or whatever. I think it's like understood, you know, it's generally understood, but I just feel like I see me rushing an explanation and like resorting to a physical reference to like a GIF, and I'm like, it's like not the best, but again, it's okay. It's not the worst either. It's all right. Yeah, let's just keep going.
Not take anything for like surface value or for granted. Everything that's around you, somebody made it, somebody designed it. It's fascinating. Everything's fascinating. And so
I like the content of what I was saying there, you know, like things are fascinating, people design things, it's impressive, it's compelling, the fact that everything around us is designed by somebody. But and then also the idea of like blueprints and how once you make a clothing pattern, you won't be able to look at clothing the same way because you understand more about how it's intentionally structured and all this. But yeah, just the way that I say it, and also kind of like hearing little voice shakes and breathing troubles and other aspects of my kind of nervous energy I feel like coming across, you know. It definitely makes me think, okay, look, you have to have more control next time, because the point will the point will be better serviced by more physical control. I don't want to have a level of restraint that is emotionless or anything. I don't want to strip my reactions or my, you know, authentic feelings about things, but I do want to introduce a level of control that benefits what I'm saying. So yeah, because I can kind of just hear things in the way that I'm breathing and speaking that are like, oh my gosh.
Just the act of doing that, you know, it's quite similar, and there's parallels in everything. So I want to encourage you to think like that. This is some fashion design stuff from when I was studying. It's okay, it's not the worst, whatever. Anyway, and then at the end of the year, at the end of the maybe third or second year, I said, I was in the subway, this specific subway station in Montreal, Lionel Gru, and I was like, Mom, I want to quit this school, I don't like it. And you know, should she let me quit? I don't know. She didn't. She said, finish what you started. And I said, okay, fine, don't hit me. And then this was 3D. It was really fun, great people. However, I think I was one of the only people who really cared about this. Not everybody
Okay. Wait, let me.
cares as much. I think you guys, have you guys acknowledged that when you go to school? Not everybody gives a shit. You might be the only one who gives a shit.
Okay. Again, I very rarely use that expression. I think I very rarely use it. Like if I'm using these things commonly and you know me and you're a friend of mine, let me know, because I'm not under the impression that I say gives a shit or anything on a common basis. And I don't want to be someone who says that commonly. I really don't think I do. I think it's pretty rare. But anyways, I was trying to kind of emphasize in a comedic way, caring about, you know, school, results at school, performance at school, but more so, I don't know. I feel conflicted about bringing up this point, because what I was trying to say was, I think I was trying to share this sentiment that I had at school, where not everybody kind of took it seriously or realized how much work and how seriously they would have to take like their own, you know, their own individual art journey while they're at school. At least I had the sense that they weren't fully enacting like or displaying an awareness of that in my mind. I don't know, like I feel conflicted again. Like I said, I feel conflicted about that feeling, about sharing it. It is authentic to the things that I felt while I was there, and so I guess omitting it and pretending I didn't feel it is also maybe not good or not ideal. Like maybe the best thing to say is, hey, this is how I felt. I'm not sure if it was true or if I was projecting some sense of like self, you know, discipline and like overly some sense of like being overly self-critical. I do think I was projecting that onto others around me at that time in my life. So assuming people's levels of interest or assuming how much they care or are invested in the subject matter on some level can just not be the right call. You know, it maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I think I know something I don't. It's arrogant. It's like it's a lot of things. It could be a lot of different things. It has a lot of different sides to it. I do find myself occasionally speaking in ways where if like I'll say something like that, like not everybody gave a shit, and I'm copying what I said in the video, and I don't like that I said it that way. And then I'll think about the fact that I said that after I said it, and I'm just not happy with myself for having worded something that way, for having been compelled to say something that way. And then I'm like just sitting with those emotions, of how I chose to convey the thing. And yeah, I guess I'm just being really real right now about that. Yeah. I'm gonna keep going though.
I wasn't, honestly. There was maybe 5 of us out of 30 who or maybe 10, who really, really were prepared to do what it takes. It's really difficult to be an artist. It's really difficult. And then in my cover letter to get in, I wrote, I might want to be a texture artist. Am I a texture artist? No. I respect texture artists, but I'm not one. Anyways, hanging out with people, drawing. Concept art changed my life. This forum. Does anybody know this forum? Only too few. Okay, this place, if you know Wes Burt or a lot of people who were around his time, these incredible artists were there showing us their sketches that they don't show anymore anywhere. We saw them.
Some people show their sketches still, but I think I was trying to convey how like a lot of these things are private now, where like you can't, you don't really get to see as much of people's, I would say like flaws, or their training in a really, really transparent way. I think that was more part of the a little bit of an old guard kind of internet culture, like the concept art mentality is a little bit dissipated, where we would like individually go to each other's sketchbook threads and comment like, oh, the studies you did turned out really great. I really like we would comment like specific things, we wouldn't just kind of say like clap, clap, clap emoji and that's it, which I do a lot of now. I'm very vague and surface level, and maybe I was a little bit back then too, like very just like encouraging with no like amazing critique attached to my comment. But I think, anyways, what I'm trying to say is like there's been sort of a transition online with all these things, and it's these type of places were quite interesting to me, and they really influenced me a lot, like just being exposed to the way that people used to share their whole training arc, how they got to get the skills that they have now. Yeah.
Grow. We emulated them. We copied them. And we were like, I want to be like you. How do I do it? And
in this whole part, I'm kind of using a lot of this sort of trying to be funny and making voices and stuff. Like, oh, how do I be good? I want to be like you. Stuff like that. Like, I mean, it's okay. It's neither here nor there. Maybe if you're also somebody who doesn't take themselves super seriously in the crowd and you're hearing me do that, you're like, okay, that's kind of funny. But I do wonder if some people hear that and they're like annoyed or something. I don't know. I don't want to never do a voice or a silly thing or a lighthearted comment, because then I feel like that might be disingenuous to me, to like fully erase those things from my presentation style. I do like on some level having a little bit of this like silliness, and even some of the ways that when I pointed to the forum and I was like, does anybody know this forum?
This forum. Does anybody know this forum?
When I say that, I feel like there's like a casualness about the way I'm saying it that I like. But again, it's a fine line. I don't know if you're feeling this too, like as you're kind of seeing which things I react to positively or negatively about the way that I said stuff. I want to know, like, let me know if you want to comment or something about, do you have these kind of like nuances that you're also, you like partially, but you don't fully like, or you're not sure, to what extent or something like that? Because I'm getting this feeling so many times as I'm watching this, or like I like how casual I'm being with like, do you know this website? Does anybody know this website? Like, There's something funny about that to me, and like human and endearing on some level, because it's very just like real. You know, I'm not putting on some fake persona. I'm just talking to you. But the something about it is, it's like when it's done in the right way. Like here, I do think I did it well, but then maybe sometimes it's a bit too much or weird, or I start to say something I don't want to be saying. Like for example, if I had only had, if throughout this whole presentation, the only thing that I was doing that was like a potentially a bit too much was just this level of like super casual, like, do you know about this website? Do you know about this thing? If I had only done that, I think I would have liked how that rounded everything out, let's say. But I think it's because like this casual energy maybe was like a gateway into saying words or things that felt like they were also like in the spirit of being light and not taking it too seriously. I'll say a word here or there, like the shit words I said a couple times, or crappy drawing or whatever, or shittiest tablet. Like it's just ugly. I don't like that for some reason opening the door to casual energy to me, like the nervousness mixed with the casual led to like some unfortunate results, I guess. Like I wish it had only been the level of casual that I find pleasant. I think that's like a conflict I'm having here about this.
Only too few. Okay, this place, if you know Wes Burt or Bear, showing us their sketches that they don't show anymore anywhere. We saw them grow, we emulated them, we copied them, and we were like, I want to be like you. How do I do it? And this was my thread, and it was like everybody had like a first post on their thread, and mine was like, okay, I want to get good. I really want to get good. Okay, here's some resources for everybody else too. And so it was kind of like a place to nerd out about art, right? And we really need that. And so I went from being a casual gamer or artist.
This slide, actually, the reason it's like this is that it's the this is like the full version of the slide. Well, I might be misremembering. What I think happened in person was that first there was just this on the slide, and like these images were hidden, and then they appeared as I pressed. I believe so. They might have all been there simultaneously from the start, but I think that they like fade in actually. So there's a sort of a narrative to it, like a sequential aspect, but I don't remember fully.
Casual artist. Two. Gotta shift the gears and step on the gas. Concept art was that catalyst for me. I urge you to think about what that catalyst is for you, because these things are so essential. And then pile on the work, pile on the mileage, the thinking, the going crazy a little bit there.
Like, okay, this slide and the way that I presented it and the level of like casual, but also I'm really serious. This stuff matters, you know. The level of that energy, I think is okay.
All right. And then I went from, I'm not lazy, I'm waiting for motivation.
The voice I'm doing, no.
And inspiration to hit me. Should be any time now. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I never say that word. Like, oh my gosh, it's hard because the fact that I said it so many times here, like some type of cuss, it almost makes me feel like I don't have an understanding of whether I actually say it a lot in real life, because I'm watching myself say BS and crappy, and I really just don't feel like these words are part of my day-to-day speech. Yeah, so like I said, I feel that that's why it's strange for me to watch myself say those words. I know by now I've made this point so many times, so maybe a bit annoying to hear me repeat that over and over, but it is every single time. I have to say, every single time I say a word like that in this video, I just get hit with this sense of like, what are you doing? Who are you? And that's very strange in like an out of body kind of way.
Use the language. But then, success is the ability to go from failure to failure without losing your enthusiasm. Don't lose your enthusiasm, protect it. And then amateurs sit down and wait for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and go to work. In a way, that's a bit cold. You don't need it to be that cold, but the facts are the facts. And so I made this group, Hangout Hub, and this was everything for me. Honestly, making friends, getting better, watching them, watching me, talking, sharing techniques, everything. We would screen share, we would like just talk about art, talk about lines, talk about light, talk about color, talk about everything.
Yeah, the community really did, I can't even explain. It changed my whole life. I mean, it wasn't just a place that I spent time every day, hours every day, but it also became like I would meet these people at events, and they went from being online relationships and friendships to like real life connections, and it it was monumental, and it influenced me so much. We would talk about learning and specific things we were trying to get better at, and expose each other to ideas of growth in this area, growth in that area. We would show each other things we were learning. We would show each other breakthroughs we were having about painting. And this continued on into like Discord, which happens now and everything. So yeah, this is a huge part of my life, this whole community aspect. But yes, let's keep going.
And then Pinterest, right now there's a bunch of AI on there, sad. But maybe there's gonna be similar things, I don't know. Anyway, let's not talk about that. But
Yeah.
Pinterest is really important for me because I started to catalog things and organize things. And if you don't have a place where you catalog and organize your inspirations, I urge you to do it. I think it would be great. Even I have a huge inspiration folder on my desktop, super important.
It's not on my desktop,
I
it's
started to
just
take
in my
pictures
folder.
because at Dawson, we had a photography class. Great opportunity to ask my parents to buy me a camera. I said, guys, it's for school, please. They said, okay, if you need it. And I really used the heck out of that camera. I encourage you to use your camera. Do little projects with your friends where you say, hey, my friend, can we like go into the forest and take a picture, and I'll edit it and I'll give it to you? You know, just do fun stuff like that. It'll really help you grow.
Okay. I don't think that the way that I presented that was very bad. Like with most of this, it's just I think I could have done a better job of truly conveying how I really think it's important for artists to take photos, practice composition, just learn physically from the act of going out and taking pictures, because you end up framing things and creating. I'm doing this with my hands, like you actually, the act of taking the camera rather than just looking, because when you just look and you're not taking a picture but you're looking, that is one version, of course, of like studying and learning visual things and compositions, everything related to that. But when you actually do set out to take a photo, like with a camera and everything, you're doing a different thing. I think you're the act of capturing something within that specific frame, and not just looking at everything, but just trying to frame something specific within the borders of the picture. It's really practicing something that you do every time you create a drawing or a painting, and I think actually it opens your mind in ways that go beyond just that act of like practicing those things. A lot of things can happen or come from the act of practicing taking photos. There's a lot of like connected skills and competences and interests, and so many types of things actually I think are connected to taking pictures. But yeah, and then the way that I conveyed it, kind of, like a good thing at school, there was this thing, and you can ask your friend to come take a photo with you. Like, okay, I'm trying to like introduce a sense of levity and a sense of like maybe childlike wonder or something like that, where I'm at school and I'm learning to take photos. And I just think that I could have, again, served the topic better, served the what I was trying to communicate better by choosing a way to communicate that had more impact. It's all right. I think that it's okay to have parts that are like lighter and that take themselves less seriously throughout the presentation. But maybe it's the fact that maybe that wouldn't have, maybe, sorry, maybe, maybe I would feel more satisfied if that felt like, if less of it felt like it was compromised, you know? If a lot of it did feel like it had the weight or the communicated intent that I wanted it to have, or that I could feel really proud that it had, you know, maybe then these light moments would feel more like, oh, what a refreshing little moment, you know? But instead of being like, what a refreshing little moment, I'm like, oh, I'm disappointed in this, or I'm disappointed in that little detail or that word. And that word choice, that voice choice, something like that. And yeah, those little annoyances definitely add up through the course of watching this whole thing. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's keep going.
These are studies. First study, bad study, really bad. Andrew from MGMT. So, it's frogs. Okay, you know, do all the studies, do all the things. 3D stuff from school, scary.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to poke fun at like when you're rigging and just doing stuff in 3D. Sometimes you have like things where, oh, scary. It's kind of funny. It's all right. Anyway, whatever.
From school, scary. This film was my student film, and I mixed 2D with 3D. Looks familiar, right? I don't think I'm doing anything all that different. But anyways, I think that's a good thing in a way. I stay true to myself. I know my interests. And so the reason I show this is that it really helped me go, okay, you were supposed to do it fully in 3D because you're a 3D animation school or program at school in a normal college. But then I told them, hey, okay, teachers, please, can I have your trust in me? Can I define my own program, my own process? Can I please mix 2D with 3D? I see this opportunity to do something that I have floating in my mind. And they said, yeah, we trust you because you're a hard worker. I think it'll go well if you're prepared to understand what that entails. Which it means it's a big risk, right? If you have an assignment and you kind of do some sort of freestyle version of it, it's up to you if it messes up, right? But I think I took the risk well. And so the bird, for example, is 3D.
Yeah. I think that more importantly than the point of, hey, if you do your own version of an assignment, it's up to you if it messes up. That's not really what I was trying to, or what I would have chosen, you know, with more awareness, I guess, or to like emphasize. I would have more wanted to emphasize, or I wish I had emphasized the thing I tried to say, maybe a little bit of, it's a good idea to take something into your own hands, to communicate to your teachers a sort of a structure that serves you more, or if you have an idea of something, some way that you envision doing something, and it will be a learning experience, like the modification will actually make it more suitable to you, that risk is worth taking, you know? I think I should have said something more like that risk is worth taking, and it can also be a very beneficial learning experience to take that risk. That's, I think, what I wish I would have emphasized, rather than, I think, again, a little bit too much jokey energy of, you know, if you do it and you ask for it, then you know, something like, just doing too much of that energy.
Yeah, I built it, I rigged it, I animated it. And then the other characters are just in Photoshop, like frame by frame animated. And yeah, it was really a great learning experience. These are our posters hanging in the hall. was awesome. Mine's like over there. It was fun. Everybody did a great job. Then a bunch of studies. Some good, some bad. A lot of learnings along the way were like going from making a bunch of tiny little nervous brushstrokes to like using my arm, making more gestural strokes, more simplicity, more boldness, less fear, less like stiffness, more expression in every stroke. And every stroke is like a statement about what you're painting. It's not about, oh, I'm nervous, is this gonna be a good painting? It will be if you let yourself embody it confidently.
Yeah, I think that was okay. I think that I communicated what I was trying to say about that fairly well. It was all right.
So, what and how? Here's the keys to your creativity. I would like to know how much time I have left, by the way.
What's funny is that at every beginning of every chapter, I said something that was a bit like fourth wall, like it kind of like takes people out, you know? I think at one point I was like, "Can I have some water?" And then another point I'm like, "Can we do something to the lights?" And then it's like every chapter had I don't remember exactly what it was, but every chapter had its like little moment where I took the audience out of it. And that's it's okay. I feel like that happens to a lot of people giving presentations, but it's probably like again like the cumulative effect of like that plus the other things. I'm noticing it for sure.
10 minutes, okay. Let's do it. So, momentary dip into another presentation of mine. I just want to talk real quick about perception. This is a painting I've made. And I want to show you that these are like very direct inspirations that could have inspired it from my inspiration folder.
I wonder, let's say if you're watching this right now, let me know if you can tell that through the 40 minutes that have passed since the beginning of the presentation, I definitely seem more confident right now in the kind of way I'm talking and the way I'm conveying my ideas, like my breathing patterns and stuff. I feel like you can tell. Let me know if you can tell, because I can definitely tell that there's more comfort there. And I wish this would have been the starting point, somewhat thematically. Like I wish I made the whole presentation this last part, but I also wish that that comfort level that I see in this part of the video would have been present earlier. That's definitely something I have to practice, you know, this sense of dropping into that, you know, sort of flow state or something.
But sometimes it's not so obvious what inspires us, right? Or what we perceive and how it goes into our work. Could have been a movie I saw around the time of the drawing about nomadic desert tribes. Could have been my past degree in fashion design, thinking about fabrics, volume, shape, patterns. Could have been, I think rug and carpets are cool. Could have been, I want to draw characters experiencing joy and family. Could have been, I love sunlight. That one's obvious, but anyway. So also thinking about Color Gamut from James Gurney's Color and Light. That book, I really, really highly recommend you read it. It changed everything for me. It actually inserted colors into my eyes that I was not able to see before.
That's true, actually. I remember reading James Gurney's Color and Light and walking around and looking at bushes and trees and grass and buildings and all kinds of things and seeing colors that I did not have access to seeing in the past. This was this sense of awareness of when you look straight into a shadow or into bounced light or into whatever lighting phenomenon, whatever category of light, and just understanding it rather than it being something your brain glosses over, being mindful of, oh, wow, there's a saturated tone right there. And I can register how different it is from this other thing I'm seeing too. And it's such a interesting experience. And I feel like as artists, we're so gifted with these like experiential, mindful, like access, like having access to that experience. It comes with like only the, I don't know if you can just notice that completely organically. You probably can from being super mindful and like aware, but I do feel like on some level there is a teaching and like an opening of the mind that happens from one artist to the other that maybe is a shortcut to noticing those things. You know, maybe it's not absolutely prerequisite. Like maybe you could notice those things on your own if you just began, you know, plein air painting and just taught yourself to see it. But I would say that that's such a beautiful thing that we can offer to each other as artists. And that's one of those like almost like moments in life where you pass a threshold, and I don't know if you can ever even conceive of passing through it again, or how it would have felt if you never got to, or anything like that. You know, that there's definitely a moment for me that I specifically remember like passing into like a new stage of life where like these colors and these experiences of like noticing colors and light, color and light, it like evolved, you know, and it's crazy. This is maybe that doesn't happen to everybody who reads the book, because it depends on like when you're reading it. Maybe other sources of information did that thing that this book did for me, you know, for you. But yeah, a really good one.
And so, anyways, your perception is very influenced by what you do. These are photographs that I was taking around that time. And so you can see all these things feed into each other, right? Pay attention to all these connections in your own life as well. These are all.
Yeah, okay. So when I said that, you can see these photographs, all these things feed into each other. Pay attention to this in your own life as well. I think that I said that in a way that I could have, you know, done better in other categories of the video or sections of the video. And I think I did an okay job of doing it there, like calling back, hey, you can see how this embodies what I'm trying to say. And I invite you to notice how your version of this exists as well, or how your dynamic around this is. And yeah, I feel like in other parts of the video, I didn't do as good of a job as right here.
All the things I was playing or thinking about or being inspired by. Aladdin, Diablo 2. Desert levels are the best levels. I won't fight about it, it's just facts. And then that student film, this kind of thing, light, you know, again, direct inspirations, photos I was taking, games I played. It all ties in, right? Et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's go quick through these because they're not so different from one another. Here are some paths to heighten or train perception. You can take a photo of this, if you want to do that. So it's like, I really recommend you do vision boards. Does everybody know about Miro? Can you raise your hands if you know Miro? M-I-R-O, okay. Miro is a website where you can do really, really easy and fun vision boards and sharing with people. You can like share the link and they can see it. I really recommend you just kind of map out your life, because you can brainwash yourself into your own success and inspiration and curiosity. Don't let the algorithm brainwash you out of your own passion and life and interests. Brainwash it back into you. So Miro. And then if you want to take a picture, this one's more complicated, and if you want.
So these two circles of questions I developed when I was starting to mentor people as really kind of good pathways to self-understanding, self-perception, asking yourself and connecting with yourself on different aspects of your art, your confidence, your beliefs about the world, about, you know, in relation to you and your abilities and your skill level, all that. Things that inspire you, you know, becoming acquainted with what inspires you and things like that, like this one as well. The purpose is to intentionally and mindfully notice all these connections, but also build upon them and, you know, build even more connection between them all and become confident in them, become acquainted. You know, they're no longer just like a mystery that is like a limbo just floating in the air, and I don't know what to do with it, you know. But if you acknowledge how you feel, you can kind of like make better decisions around it. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of reasoning around this, but yeah.
And if you want to ask me for it, I can. I mean, I've been wanting to make YouTube videos about all this, but I can just send it.
Oh my gosh, I always say that. I've been wanting to make YouTube videos about all this. It's true, but I don't make the time. And yet here I am making the time for this. I don't know, guys. I'm yeah. You win some and you lose some.
To you later or something. Just contact me. All right, and this is about asking yourself these questions. Am I a confident person? Do I share what I want to share with my work? Am I holding back in some kind of a way? What's my comfort level with different aspects of my art? What do I feel like I want people to think of me or think of my work? All kinds of questions, like please just ask yourself questions. If you only do art kind of reflexively and like from the gut, I used to do that too, but the moment I started asking myself more questions, everything just like, it was like a beautiful explosion of potential, and I want that to happen for you. So, be the architect of your life. You can change everything that you want to change. I promise you just have to try. And then, I want you to examine your motivations. What about that goal inspires you?
I think that's a very good question. Just wanted to highlight. Like, at this point, I think I'm kind of on a good roll, finally, in the talk. Something that makes me sad about the fact that I am on a roll at like 42 minutes time in the talk is, yeah, just the whole thing that compelled me to make this response video type thing at all is just why wasn't I hitting this level of effective communication? Like, I think I'm more sure of what I'm saying here. I like hearing myself more right now than I do earlier in the video. I think that this part of the video, I am serving, like, when I say serving, like, there's a sense of like duty, you know, like the idea and the listener both deserve for me to do a good job conveying this information. And earlier in the video, I feel that there was a lot of dropping the ball on that, failing on that in some aspect, some regard, some capacity. And this feels much more comfortable. It feels like I am just honoring the objective that I had, that I set out to do. I feel better about it all here.
What about your motivations inspires you? What does it motivate you? I want you to journal, examine your life. Truth. Where is it? Where is it? What is it? What's your life? What are your actions saying about your life and where it's going and what has been or anything like that? Examine. Meditate. You need a mindful perspective on your life. So let's go through a little visualization tool here.
Okay, I think that when I was talking about the visualization of this, the slide initially, as far as I can remember, again, I might be misremembering, but I think it initially just has this photo, and these two on the side, the thinking bubble and the magnifying glass, are hidden, and they get revealed when I click, I think. But yeah, it might not be that, but I think it's like that.
This from a neuroscientist I really respect. I don't agree with everything he says, but I think it was Sam Harris, potentially. But anyway, so he said this thing that I think he got from somebody else, maybe. Anyway.
Why did I say that? Like,
you are...
okay. Note to self, Iris, next time you make a presentation, you just don't need to do that. You just don't need to do that. You don't need to do... I think I got this from this guy who, like, yeah, he's all right. And then, but maybe he got it from somebody else. I just no more doing that. Thank you.
This person receiving a waterfall on top of your head. The waterfall is your thoughts, your ideas, your emotions, everything that happens to you. You are this receptor of all these things, right? They're happening to you right now. Like you're listening to my words right now. and you have these people around you, all that stuff's happening. Then there is also you outside of you watching this happen, right? Observing, oh, hey, from a third person perspective, look at me, look at my thoughts coming in, right? It's kind of cool. It can be painful to do that for some people. Some people can have too much pain and trauma to even imagine that, because it's like, oh my God, I can't connect to that idea. So it can take a lot of work, but I suggest trying to approach that. I encourage you to get there. And then there's also the you thinking about the you watching the you, right? Is that awesome or what? I feel like there's a lot of yous.
Is that awesome or what? I'm not a big fan of that phrasing.
And just consider all of them and think about how they interact with each other. What does that mean? Does the guy on the right hate me? Or does he love me? I don't know. And how have my actions created that relationship?
Yeah, so that I think is an important point. And I do like, overall, I'm proud of how I phrased this. Again, it has like some flaws here and there and some things I chose to say. But this idea of, does the observer of the thought love me or hate me, and have I contributed to creating that relationship, that pattern? These are good questions and good things to propose propose that people think about and consider. Yeah.
Like, is my inner self a critic of me? And why? Why would he be? Or she, or whatever. I encourage you to look into associate.
And by the way, when I say critic, I think I meant like solely a critic, like only criticizing. Because, for example, like I'm watching myself do this and I'm criticizing myself, right? But I'm not criticizing myself on like this totally invalidating, cruel level of like, you should shut up and never try this again. Like, it's not that. It's like, you should be able to have a healthy level of self-criticism, but then with love and care for who you are, what you're trying to do, your mission on this earth, like how you can help other people, how you can help yourself, all these things. Like, there's like if you were only criticizing yourself when you think about yourself and that perspective on you, like if it's only negative, I think that that's something to really look at and work on and try to heal, because that can be super destructive for oneself, but also other people. Yeah. Okay.
Of thinking, everything is connected. Like I said, everything is like some sort of a peak or valley or something affecting your brain. And remember that whole color spectrum thing. It's like everything is associated. And think this way.
Okay, so here I think when I call back the idea that I initially brought up about the peaks and the valleys and all those lines across time and how they're connected, the skill, the decisions, your trip to a country, again, like a lot of different things that I brought up much earlier in the talk and how they're all connected. I like that it comes into play again here, and I kind of round it out with like, hey, when I was talking about that, this is a similar point, or it's connected to that point. It is enriching this kind of like the point and the way I connected it and everything kind of like are connected, and so I like that. But I could have done it in a more elegant way overall, I wish that it wasn't like among a lot of other like fumbled things or aspects or words, I would have been more proud of it if it felt like it had been structured like super well, and like maybe, just the connection between bringing all those things up earlier and like here in this little thumbnail here, like all those lines and everything, bringing this up over here could have had an even more like satisfying payoff and build up and everything if there was not other like kind of letdowns, I guess, for me.
Train yourself to think this way, because this is basically all of art. Like when you have an idea, it goes there, it goes there. Oh, the rocks, the trees, the colors, And so the more you think about this and the more you're aware of this, back to the other example, the more you watch yourself with the little magnifying glass, being aware of this system, the more the better results you'll have.
Yeah, so I deeply agree with that. The whole like that the meditation thing plus the associative thinking plus the like timeline of the things that happen to you and then the way it all connects and all that like I'm calling back like a few different elements and tying them together. I deeply agree with that, and I wish that it would have been something that I emphasized more and left I don't know, left more no like I wish I would have given that more space and more time in the talk, emphasizing that point of like the way it's all connected and illustrating how they really are connected live, rather than piling up a bunch of points that kind of like diluted the message, I would say.
Okay, and then we're going to take in knowledge and experiences relating to different centers, modes, or topics of thinking. So I encourage you, do not put like horse blinders on and go, oh, I'm going to be an amazing artist if I just draw every single day, if I go figure drawing. Okay, you could, some people do, but I think learn many, many, many different things. Life is so fascinating.
Yeah, when I mentioned figure drawing, I meant like just doing the same thing every day. I wasn't talking about like, I don't know. The idea here was like have different experiences, expose yourself to different things in life. Don't only draw and like, let's say, draw anatomy drawings every single day. I do think that that's a bit too reductive and too hyper focused. Because let's say, okay, maybe you're really good at drawing like a muscle, but I don't know how much it will feel naturally placed on like a body in motion in a drawing or a painting, or if all you've ever done is like study in that very specific way all the time. But again, this is like subjective too, because I would say that there's different schools of thoughts around like how much specificity and how much openness, because there is a point at which being too scattered can have negative effects that I sometimes feel hindered by. So it's complicated,
And it could be, you could find a new angle that makes you like the most best version of yourself. It could be a totally unexpected source, right? There's so many things you could learn from. And I also encourage you to learn communication or theater. It's very, very...
I already know that I don't really like the way that I explained this point, which you're going to hear me do in a second. I wish I had explained it better, but learning communication in theater is just something I really want to emphasize. And just the idea of expression, acting, stage presence, and confidence, and how they're all related to one another here, I think is super, super important. And if you're listening and you're interested, I would definitely recommend looking into this, trying to develop like this in yourself. And this is a big part of what I'm doing right now. Like, I think that watching myself communicate in a way where at any given moment, the confidence could be lacking, the stage presence could be lacking, the acting could be poorly done, overdone, not done, the expression could be, lacking or something. A lot of these things have to do with everything I'm like reviewing right now and the way that I basically performed, like I performed this presentation, this talk, and let's say I would have had more experience with all of these things, more like embodied experience. Even though I think I have a decent amount of experience and knowledge and like, this is part of like my existence, in a way, some of this, I'm still falling short, to my expectation or to my desired, where I would like to be at, so yeah.
Very helpful. When I was in high school, we were in that class, right, where it was like just the smart kids, and I would always they would have us vote like, is the whole class getting theater next year, or is the whole class getting art next year? I was the one freaking person voting for art, or like me and one other girl, and we never got it, or maybe once in 5 years, and I was upset. I was really upset. I was like, give us art. I want art. I just want to draw. I don't want to go to theater. But then I thought, wait a minute. I was just sitting one day, we were practicing like scripts for a little play, and I thought, oh my God, we're learning presence and communication. And when I read this script and I'm with my friends acting this stuff out, like D&D or something,
I don't like that. I don't like that I said, I'm with my friends acting this stuff out, like D&D or something. It's just poorly said.
understanding that I can have an effect on a story that we're creating or something, you know, like all these.
Or something. Yeah, that one gets me too. I think I shouldn't have said or something. I should have been more decisive in my choice of words, and I should have understood that it's like the impactful part of what I was saying was when I mentioned we're having an impact on the story, we're shaping the story as a group, as an individual as well. Like these are the parts of the idea that convey something important. And the reason I think it's important to like notice these details and pick up on them, and hopefully what I'm trying to do is like imprint on myself this like I have a genuine desire to design how I'm going to speak in the future in a similar situation, you know? So I'm thinking drop the or something, drop the this or that. Like I'm trying to kind of encourage and discourage like different things, you know, more of this, less of that, like more understanding that this is the important part of my sentence, more understanding that this is the part that I feel harms my sentence, you know, and then acting accordingly, I guess, next time.
These concepts that end up really enriching your life. And they're so important to be aware of all these things. So become fascinated with theater and performance and all of these things. I want you to be aware also of gesture, animation, body language, weight, posture. All these things are so important. Like just the physicality of like a movement, or how the hands move in arcs. You know, like if you follow my hand, there's like everybody who knows animation principles just knows these things, you know?
Yeah, and it's okay. The way I said it, I think it works, but everybody who knows animation principles just knows these things. That's not a effective sentence to put here. It should have been a different one that contributed more to what I was trying to say. And how I should have maybe even explained why I put these on the same thing. Like, I don't know, making, you know, poses that feel lifelike, understanding how weight is distributed, the impact on the storytelling, on the personality you're describing. I feel like because maybe there's so much to say, I got lost and I chose one of the less impactful things to bring up, which is influenced by the nervousness and all that. So, yep, suboptimal, but it's not so bad.
And they're so important. Also study film, cinematography, staging, storyboarding, photography. You can be a director of photography in your brain, in Blender, in...
Yeah, I think I say that in passing, like really fast. You can be a director of photography in your brain, in Blender. Okay, again, like, you know how I was saying that I had so many slides and it was my fault and I should have set myself up for not feeling rushed and everything. Like, if I wasn't rushed by my own doing, I would have spent longer explaining what I meant by you can be a director of photography in your own mind and in Blender, because I think that that's actually very important, and that's a point that I think about a lot and I think is very impactful, is that you're like the director of a story when you're creating a painting or a drawing. And even I haven't like harnessed that to its fullest, you know, like there's paintings or drawings or images in general that I've created where I really could have acknowledged to what level I had like a role in directing a story or being a director of photography involved in a story or something like that. That general idea or thinking path I'm going on here is maybe it's not what you always want to do, because yeah, for me sometimes I also just want to make something that just feels like a photo, but it's not necessarily a story, you know? That's fine. You can do things that are just a pleasant image, you know? Not everything has to be I'm directing a movie and you know, but I think that it brings up a very interesting idea, a very compelling idea. The idea of imagining yourself when you open Blender and you're about to make something. Okay, I'm a director of photography, or I'm a movie director, and it changes things. The dynamic and the approach you're going to have, maybe the ideas that are going to come, are different than just the standard, like, I'm opening Blender and I'm going to do something that will teach me a little bit about Blender today. You know, this like getting involved in the role of telling a story, being a storyteller, rather than just today I am going to improve my skill level in this software. They're very different energies that you bring to the task, you know?
Whatever, you know? And I think it's so important. Like, if you can see the bad staging and the good staging, how many of us are doing this with our drawings every time? There's so
And that's okay. Like, if you're doing this intentionally because you like the graphical read of like a profile, that's great. Like, I don't think that's a mistake. But I would say that intentionally or unintentionally doing something, this or something else, is what matters more than like, oh, you've made something that I consider a mistake. Like, you could pose two characters this way, and it could be what you wanted to do and what you set out to do, and there's a reason you think it's better, and then I think that's cool. It doesn't mean that posing characters this way is always better, you know? Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say.
so much there. I wish you could talk for weeks about this, not only an hour, but anyway.
So true.
Collect references of all kinds, literally all kinds. There's no way to go wrong. In the past, in the future, in whatever, an idea somebody had, a real object somebody made, a boat somebody built, like whatever you want. Categorize, observe, gather inspiration. Also, go to the library. My mom used to take me to the library when I was a kid, and I feel like that just made me who I am. Have a personal library. And then you can even journal about what you feel about the library. You can combine all these things, right? So reference history, museums, old ideas are also very, 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 very valuable.
I think I say no offense again when I talk about this chair.
Especially if they're still around, right? Think of how temporary things are. If an idea is still around, it's valuable. Think about it. And so
Okay, I mean, it's fine to say that what I said about it's valuable if it's still around. Some ideas are more representative of an especially bad idea. You know, we still have it around because there's a lesson in it about how bad that idea was. I don't need to be super thorough about that, but yeah, maybe I could have worded it a little bit better. Like, I feel like I was accidentally implying that like the age of an idea means that it has value or it's better. Not exactly. I was just trying to say that there are very interesting things across time, and if something has lasted a long time, there's probably something about it we want to study, you know, something like that. I don't even know if I really needed to be making that point. I'm not sure if it serves my my goal here.
this is a chair, right? Boring. These are also chairs. More specific. This one's fine. I don't want to hurt its feelings, but those are really cool, right? Those are cool in all kinds of different ways. Get inspired. And go to the museum with your friends and talk about what you see. Okay, reference your real life. This is Azusa. Does anybody know Azusa? She's here. She's like in the Azusa Tojo. She's an incredible artist. So I took these from her page because she's such a good reference of somebody who like does little sketches in real life or references a memory of hers from her life. This is her and her sister on the bus. And it's just so, how charming is that? Like, she created this image from her past, and now it's casting like this joy spell or nostalgia spell on you. It's magic. She's a wizard.
Yeah, okay, see, like that kind of little joke where I'm saying she's casting a spell on you, the nostalgia spell, joy spell. That's the type of humor I like. And then I'm glad I brought into the way that I explained that slide. And it's in such stark contrast to when I try, like, I hate to keep bringing it up, but the fact that I said like shitty or crappy on some other slides, the fact that like here the humor was expressed and the words that I used are words that I like using, I enjoy using, I think are funny, I think have like a personality to them, that I enjoy embodying. But then other times, the nervous energy led me to blurt out a word that I don't endorse or whatever, something like that. And I just wish that I had had better discernment and known, like, hey, I don't know what it is. I'm not exactly sure how to mitigate using words that I don't really feel like I use very much, because it does feel almost like an inevitable, like, nervous, slightly sabotaging thing, like I mentioned earlier. Like it's almost like my mind knows I don't want to say that word, but it goes, it's funny how unusual this word is for you to use. Say it. And it's like, no, it's not funny. I don't think it's funny at all, actually. I think it's a little funny, but it's not the type of funny that I feel like it's more a teenager type of funny. And I prefer a different type of funny. Maybe it's like a leftover of being like not a fully mature person. I don't know. I'm having a hard time like understanding why I said some of the words I said here. But anyways, I really liked that part. The part where I was talking about like, oh, her painting is casting she's magic. Like I like that. That was cool.
And I urge you also to combine references and ideas. Never just one thing, unless you are really into that one thing and you're like, oh, how deep can I go on that one thing? But you can combine things like that character's hair is water, her clothing is kind of leathery, it's got this like texture. This is like a...
I also forgot to bring up that there's like some coral things and some sea creature type things. But it again, I do find that, and I mention it in a second here, that sometimes I do very shallow explorations, which feel like they don't have many components, like they just have a couple, and I'm like satisfied with that. And on some level, I think that's a bit simplistic, like overly simplistic, but there's other ways in which I actually like that, where I keep it relatively simple. And it kind of reminds me, and I'm really not trying to draw any like uncomfortable parallel or anything weird, but like I see a lot of Miyazaki's characters and they're really just a normal countryside person who lives in Japan, is just wearing like a normal little jacket, and or like Kiki, Kiki's wearing just like a dress and has like the like a bow or something, and the broom and stuff like that. Like I really do appreciate how a lot of the Ghibli characters are not overly like meticulously designed, and they're not like 50 different ideas packed into one. So I do kind of like that iconic simplicity, few elements done right kind of way of doing characters and combining things. But I do love also when things are complex and like deeper. So I think there's merit in both. Yeah.
Anemone crab, nudibranch, and crabs and seahorse. These are pretty basic examples. I would say that like I never go deep enough. Actually doing this made me think, oh, I should go even deeper, even more complex. So who knows, maybe I'll make super interesting stuff after this, or not. Have fun anyways, just be playful with it. I think practice creating things from imagination. This one's a bit wordy, sorry, but if you practice creating things from imagination, it's even more important if you're not comfortable with it, by the way. If you're not comfortable with the idea of creating things from imagination, you have to do it, please. You don't get to not do it. So every single attempt.
I mean, on some level, you do get to not do it if you don't want to, or if you hate the idea, or if it's not what you're doing in life. But I was trying to be playful, like a little forceful, a little playful about how important this is. And I really think that this is a good point to emphasize how much it can serve people, how much the hesitation and the discomfort is like an indicator for like how much benefit will come from doing this. So yeah, this is an important point for me, and I'm okay with how I'm saying it. Like, I think it's all right. It's not the best, but it's okay.
Attempt 1, attempt 2, attempt 500 will all contribute to your ability to comfortably do this. And you need to be comfortable with it. Remember the waterfall of ideas? If you're doing the thing and you're experiencing the pain of the discomfort, like I'm drawing and my waterfall is like, you're shit, you're bad at this, this is so stupid. That's a terrible waterfall.
I kind of wish that that was the only time I said like the shit word, because if it was the only time and I was referencing, you know, like an extremely painful self-talk cycle, I'm talking about like the meditation cycle of noticing your thoughts and noticing that they're all negative. Okay, if that was the one time I used the word, like the cuss word, to explain that dynamic, I think it would have illustrated in a sense, like, you know, on some level, like a very honest, raw, self, you know, self-punishing talk, or where you're like insulting yourself and you're going to that level of using a cuss word. It kind of has this sincerity aspect of it where people could probably relate, you know. But I yeah, I wish, like, okay, my real wish is that I had not cussed at all throughout the whole presentation. But if there was like one cuss word, maybe there, but also maybe not too, because it, to me, it detracts in general from the vibe or the message. Yeah.
Be the person who's watching you from the outside and go, be kinder, please.
Yeah, and the way I'm saying this, I don't know.
Be more open-minded. Let it happen. Embrace the process. Fail.
I think I could have said that in a much more something way that I think I was trying to use my voice to emphasize a different tone of some kind. I don't think it served the point I was making. Being like, it was too repetitive and too many times. I was doing like the kind of, I don't know, there's something about the rhythm and the tone of what I was saying right there that got on my nerves. But I feel like I could have kept it simple and impactful instead. Maybe I could have used the intonation thing I was doing like once and then gotten straight into more pragmatically explaining what I was talking about.
Fail is good. So, you know, edit how that happens, right? Change it. You'll gain.
Those two words were not really ideal. It's okay, but you know, edit it, change it, maybe train it, or something else, maybe train, or like shift. I don't know.
Gain essential trust in your mind's eye. Those things are really important. You have to
Practice is a good one. I think I could have said that instead.
become confident through the act of doing it. You don't gain confidence out of nowhere. It's not something you can think yourself into. You have to do it. It's an action, a muscle. And your judgment and your ability to call it forth, right? You call forth this thing. It doesn't come from just wanting it to happen. You have to create it.
Yeah.
Anyway, perceive and observe thoughtfully and in great detail.
Yeah, that's actually a point I can stand behind. This whole point of you can't think yourself into being confident is definitely like a verb. You know, it's something you do, something you train, because when you gradually take on challenges that are slightly more difficult every time, you try to make an image you were incapable of making, you know, in the past, and now you're capable because you took steps towards being capable. I think your body and your mind and your memory, like the whole thing, the whole physicality of you doing those things that are gradually more challenging, I think that your body has this sense of like, it has acquired the capacity to do something. And then I would say for me, I have this belief that confidence is based on that growing capacity, and that if we have no confidence, that I'm not sure if it's like maybe it's not impossible, but it would be difficult to just like summon or think yourself into a state of being confident, without having given yourself some sort of proof that you set out to do things and you achieve them gradually, So I do believe in that point strongly.
Be very, very observant. Always be looking around, thinking. Don't avoid your own thoughts and your own feelings. Embrace them, observe them. Also, automatic drawing is really important. There's some videos about this. It's kind of like ugly drawing or aimless drawing or scribbling. It's a very cool act and exercise. You can find shapes because the brain is like a pattern-seeking machine, right? You can scribble and then you can go, oh, I like that. What am I seeing there? Why do I like it?
It's okay.
And I think...
yeah, like I'm half about how I said that. It was okay, but it was also like a little bit fumbled too. So
also, you can switch up the way you handle tools, the way you hold your pencil. Maybe it's too tight. Maybe you can hold the end of it in front instead of the beginning of it. You can do all kinds of like physically different things, and also even just, oh, I should move my arm more from my shoulder instead of from my wrist. All kinds of different like physicality things, right? You can also introduce new tools and techniques. I like VR, Blender, Unreal, Rebel, Clip Studio, whatever. Do it all. Don't be afraid of anything. Embrace it. Don't go like, oh, but I know the menus in this one. Come on, is that really you're gonna limit? You're.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like I can stand behind having said that because it does kind of get to me too often how many times I've heard, and this might be you, I'm sorry if this is you, but like, I'm sorry because of how I feel towards it. Like, there really is a lot of people who say they have one software that they know and that it's unbearable to them that other softwares have menu differences. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, but I don't want you to feel so so limited, I guess. Yeah, in that just because like there's menu differences in other softwares, that they're now like impenetrable, like I do think that you should have a little bit more faith in yourself or more patience to take on learning things that are a little bit different than what you know. And yeah, there's going to be different menus and different buttons, but it's not going to be like you're throwing all your knowledge away or anything. But I do understand, like, let's say the case is that you're like so busy and your job is so specific and like the results that you have to produce are very specific and they take a lot of time and a lot of effort. There are cases in which I understand, or like you have other goals. You're, let's say for me, I genuinely am interested in like software and like learning other things. So for me to say that with that interest, that, oh, learn other softwares, it's awfully convenient, right? That I'm actually interested in that capacity or that activity. But then if I were to look down on somebody who doesn't have it and tell them like, well, wow, this is easy for me, why is it not easy for you? Like, that would be really rude and that would be inconsiderate of like just various situations that might be holding them back from doing that. So yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit unfortunate that I mentioned the menus thing and maybe came across a little bit condescending about it a moment ago in the presentation. I hope it didn't come across that way, but yeah, maybe I could have maybe omitted even mentioning it. Yeah. Also on this point, I really like this point. I think I kind of say it in a little bit of a reductive, like oversimplified kind of way, or just a way that like I go on to explain it and I don't really capture the idea very well, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
You're not you're limitless. Come on. Okay, so ponder the similarities and differences between things. So Marshall Vandriff, who's also, I saw him walking around, he's a great teacher. He's got this great course on comparative anatomy. And comparative anatomy, the thing that's so amazing about that is that you can understand the fact that like, oh, my muscles are like this and my bones are like this. And I'm kind of like a cat in a way, because a cat's leg is similar. It's just like divided differently, right? Or the cat is like...
I feel like yet another instance of me saying like, here's the thing that's really cool about this. And then the way that I communicated is like something about it is a little bit off, like I oversimplified or something I lost along the way. I mean, like the general idea of what I was saying is like retained, but kind of iffy at the same time.
Like you or whatever, vice versa, right? It's very interesting. And this is like, do things with the same subject or a different, but a different medium. Something that you like to draw, something you're comfortable drawing, make it in 3D or the other way around.
I do think that that's a good way to try new mediums or new subjects, you know, interchangeably. But yeah.
Talk about your art with your friends. This is underestimated. You can unlock new things. You can have breakthroughs. Just talking about it. And be vulnerable, okay? Like, I'm being vulnerable. Some of the stuff I said was weird or stupid, but...
Yeah, I mean, I could have said that in a better way. Weird or stupid is kind of an ugly combination of words, but I'm being vulnerable. I don't know. Even the way I'm intonating vocally is a bit unappealing. Yeah, but the point remains. Sorry, I'm just fixing my hair. Yeah, I mean, I see what I'm saying. I'm trying to say, like, you know, look, I'm being vulnerable. You can be vulnerable. We're all vulnerable at some moment. I could have just phrased it in a better way.
You know, we can help each other by going through these moments together. Be brave. Welcome and
On this point, I feel like I advise people to be very open to seeking feedback. And I think that I don't really give the best like tip about it, or the thing that I end up saying about it and recommending potentially is a little bit like tone deaf, or recommending something that, I don't know, is just not worded the right way to coincide with like how people actually experience feedback, especially unsolicited. So I don't know, the way that I explain this is a bit iffy in a moment now, but if I would have said it in a better way, I do like agree with this point in general.
seek feedback. It's not a threat. If somebody says, hey, you know, that shape is like kind of weird, maybe we can
Yeah, I don't know.
do better. It's not a threat, you know. Some people maybe kind of try to hear out, is this a threat? Is this person my enemy? Because some people...
I think what I was trying to say was, I might have been trying to allude to this experience I had where I was working on something and the director was telling me, hey, I don't understand the shapes you painted. I can't read it. I don't know what you're trying to like show me, you know? And it was some clouds. And it's funny because it was one of the first times somebody had been that blunt with me. I was like, oh my gosh, like I painted it and I was like having like this joyride of like brushwork, and in my mind I was making like this nice artistic brushwork, and it truly is like he's not trying to sabotage me or insult me. He's working with me, you know, and like it's in both of our interests, like mine and his, that he can read the painting and that he enjoy the painting too, right? Like he doesn't want to hurt my feelings. He wants me to deliver a productive painting to the team. So the fact that he told me like, Iris, I don't understand what that stuff is right here in this painting, and that it shows me a shortcoming that I should work on, you know, and pay attention to and stuff like that. And it opens my mind to the idea that, hey, I could be failing at communicating something in the painting, and it's not personal, you know, it's just pointing out a flaw and we fix it and we move on and we do better, you know. And then maybe there's a different context where it's not a flaw, like, but in this context, it's a flaw, stuff like that. So that's what I was kind of trying to refer to. And I think that the tone deaf aspect is like, hopefully nobody walked away from this recommendation thinking that I am commending people who leave unsolicited rude remarks on people's Instagram posts or Twitter or whatever. Like somebody leaving like a, like a know-it-all kind of like, oh, well, I believe that you made a mistake in your drawing. Like, no, I'm not really saying that I think you should welcome that. I'm sorry if it seems like I was trying to say that I wasn't. I think I was trying to say something like pretty nuanced, and I kind of stumbled over it.
People are, but don't overjudge that. Like, don't overestimate who is threatening you. That's a tricky one though. But anyway, so embrace honest self-feedback. Honest self-feedback was the best tool for me because I would look at my work all the time, just the whole collection of my work, and I'd say, what do I feel about my work? Is this who I want to be? I'm putting myself out there, and this is what I look like as an artist. Am I happy? Am I satisfied? Or am I not?
Yeah, actually, that was something that really helped me a lot. Just being able to, like, even like what I'm doing right now, just sitting with yourself, with how you feel about things that you've done, things you haven't done yet that you would like to do, to become able to do, and to genuinely tell yourself, like, hey, I really want to reach this threshold. I would feel proud of myself. I would feel satisfied. It would be a transformative experience to be able to reach this level. Yeah, I think it's important to be able to get yourself there with a certain amount of criticism and just like honesty, but obviously not to where you're destroying your motivation. You never want to get to that level.
Reaching the end now. And then I want you to create something different or out of reach, like Metallica, me? What? Am I like a metal cover artist? No. But it went really well. It was an amazing match, you know? Yeah, and then I'm drawing like a mech here. But I could do more of this.
I don't know the way I mentioned that. Yeah, again, this one is also like, it's okay the way I'm coming across while I'm communicating this point, but it's not my favorite either. There's very few moments, I guess, throughout the whole thing where I'm like proud of how I communicated something. And I think that that's something that I want to correct. I want next time that I present something to be something I can walk away more proud of, the way that I carried myself and expressed my ideas. Because I do think my ideas and the way that I approach things has substance and can help me and can help other people. Maybe I ought to take these opportunities a little bit less lightly or a little bit less casually. But it's such a conflicting thing because I think that there is part of taking it casually that is, to me, I find very refreshing in others when they're just being themselves. So maybe it's something to figure out, kind of like the right proportion, right? Yeah.
By the way, I should take interest in other fields. Learn screenwriting, learn programming, learn rigging, think about masonry, mechanics. You know, you have hobbies, don't deny yourself those things. Focus on your canvas. You should turn off music and audio and videos. Not always, but I encourage you to do this if you're uncomfortable with it. The reason I focus on this is that Sparth, Nicolas Bouvier, incredible illustrator and concept artist, in a tutorial I got once, he said, a lot of the time I don't listen to anything. And I was like, what? I need my music. And I thought, is it silly or what? But that idea of sitting in silence never even occurred to me.
This is true.
And I thought, how could that have not even entered my mind? And then I tried it, and it really, really connected me to what I make. I think it's amazing.
It's shocking to me that maybe it's not 100% accurate, like maybe it had entered my mind before, but I don't think I had considered it as something that I actually wanted to try. I think I quickly dismissed the idea of working in silence or painting or drawing in silence as something that was like, why would I do that? Why would someone do that? Or that sounds boring or something some kind of criticism or resistance to it. And I'm not I don't think I communicated it super well, but I'm okay with how I expressed that slide or that idea. It was okay. But yeah, it's an impactful thing to try.
And then learn other languages, like I said. I'll skip that one because I talked about it. Also, let's go back for 1 second. Oops, no. Spoilers. Sorry. Okay, when you learn another language, the first words you learn are like bathroom, please, hello, food, right? Basics. Think of these the same way as you think of like, you know when you're learning to draw and you go, how can I draw an eye? And it's just an eye as a symbol, right? Like a flat symbol. And then when you know, I don't know, how to sculpt or something, you're like, oh, an eye is not just 2 lines in a circle. It's like much more than that. It's like the skull underneath the eye, right? All these things. Art is like a language, and you're using it as a communication tool. And all these things gain complexity, right? So art is a language as well. And I really am reaching the end here. Okay, so daydreaming, hypnagogia.
I remember, I think there was the reason I was saying that over and over, and it doesn't feel like I'm like over time or anything, but I think we had started a little bit late for some reason. Either like technical stuff or just random assortment of reasons. Like we started a little bit late. And so I was under the impression that we were like going way over time. But it was also like we just had less time because we started a little bit late. And I just kept kind of trying to remind everybody, like, I swear I'm almost done, you know? Like, I, yeah, like there was a lot of people in this room and I didn't want them to think that they were like trapped there with me. And some people were leaving and that's fine. Like, at Lightbox, you always like got some other thing to do or something you want to run to or someone you want to meet. So, I just wanted to mention how like I keep reassuring them that it's almost over and like it's all good, you know, it's just presentation stuff. It's hard also to really need to like respect the time, you know, it's a challenging thing to do. And also I ended up answering some questions after this with people who like stuck around and it was super wholesome. Yeah, anyways.
Hypnopompia, dream diary, all these things. Explore dreaming and sort of like when you're waking up or when you're going to sleep, sometimes things happen with your mind and you feel like you're hallucinating ever so slightly. You're like on the edge of a dream. Sometimes you can use those places to explore. I've had moments where I've visualized a piece of artwork and I've thought, oh, maybe if I like do it like that. And then I actually saw it underneath my eyes, you know? I was there.
Okay, the way that I worded that, oh, maybe if I do it like that, and I actually saw it on, I don't know, the way that I worded it, I feel like could have been better, of course. Could have been a bit more descriptive of what I was actually trying to say. And I have this sense that, so, you know how there's that thing where people, they either see, you know, whatever level of complexity at which they can imagine an apple when they're thinking of an apple. I think that since this came onto my radar, like, or since I had a few of these experiences of like visualizing being semi in a dream, now that I think of it, these might be the only times where I actually like saw something that I was thinking about. And when I think about a concept or a shape or even images that I want to make, I'm not really seeing them in the way that I feel like I've heard other people describe seeing what they're thinking. So I wonder if for me, when the thing I'm trying to phrase here is like, I wonder if for me, when I'm in this like semi-sleep state, it might be the same experience of visualizing an idea as other people have in their day-to-day. It is something I wonder about. I don't know if that's like verifiable or if I'll ever really know, you know, but I do wonder about it. Yeah.
Do it like that. And then I actually saw it underneath my eyes, you know? I was there.
I was there.
Pareidolia, acknowledging this pattern that we have where we see things in random shapes. Like, how amazing is that? It's magic. It's so fun. And it doesn't have to just be like weird little doodles. Like, you can see something and then go, I want to make my next masterpiece with that scribble on the ground. And then
Yeah, I mean, the way I said it, I was trying to like make light of it, but I think I meant, that the way that the shapes are coinciding can inspire you, and you can use your associative thinking and pareidolia like all combined, and it can like you can see a random shape in an object, but it can truly like move you and inspire you to make an image, that is just like because of the imprint of the shape or the negative space or the way the lines are like just coinciding together. Yeah, I think I could have said that better, but again, I made myself rush through by having all this stuff to show.
And I think you should perpetuate and positive, proactive momentum and cycles. Everything in life is about like energy and like what are you already doing? How can you start a new cycle or end?
Okay, this point, and I know I'm interrupting it, sorry, but this point is something that I should have really emphasized and built into way more of the presentation, because this point is like super, super instrumental to so many of the dynamics that I mentioned previously, like the growth mindset, the bad examples. Because, for example, like for bad example, for example, this idea of like perpetuating cycles, or the idea in general, just the concept of momentum and cycles, the whole reason that anybody like let's go back to like the 5715 is where we are. If I go back to this thing where I have these like examples of bad behavior or bad dynamics that people either knowingly or unknowingly participate in or perpetuate, whatever, these things almost, I feel like almost 100% of the time, are not something that like begins this way, but it's like a negative cycle that someone started really small, but then they kind of like fell into this momentum, like a negative momentum, of like, let's say you could have been proactive with your thoughts and feelings and emotions and like responsibilities, but you don't believe in yourself for a long time because of something that happened to you, and so you begin to perpetuate or like fall into a negative momentum of like mental habits, emotional habits, physical habits, and then you become reactive. Like, when I see the momentum point, I feel so much missed opportunity for how I could have tied together a lot of what I felt moved to communicate, throughout this whole presentation. So I think noticing this and how much this point relates to a lot of other things that I was talking about, it kind of shows me how I could have benefited from choosing a few almost like pillars, like a few pillars of the communication of my point. I could have said, my point is really supported by these like handful of concepts, and I should return to those and like emphasize those and reiterate those, or really rely on how they support my point, and this is, I feel like, a huge missed opportunity. I should have, I think I sometimes incidentally, brought up things related to this throughout the presentation, but I do feel like if I would have done it more intentionally and more mindfully, I could have gotten much better payoff overall, and like satisfaction with what I said, how I said it, etc., and how I feel like it was communicated and received, by people. Like I think that integrating this would have been a really good choice, and hopefully if I do talk about this topic again, I will integrate this in a more strategic intentional way.
You're already doing? How can you start a new cycle or end a bad cycle that's old? And momentum. If you start a habit and it's easy to continue, you'll keep doing it. If you start a habit and it's too difficult to continue, you will stop. And it's not good to stop good habits. Come on, let's be good to ourselves. 5-second rule is really important. Activation energy is a huge hurdle. Have you ever had this thing where you're like, oh my God, I had just a really good idea? Nah. That kills you. That will make you into the person who doesn't have good ideas. You have good ideas right now, all day, 100 times a day, I promise you. You're just not using them. Maybe you are. I don't want to offend you.
I wanted to like backpedal because I don't like the idea, even just on principle, of like accusing people that they are doing something badly, and even just like in theory accusing people of that, or hypothetically. I don't like it. I think that doing like a sweeping broad statement that is encouraging or that is like hyping you up, yeah, but not you know, I don't know, there's a way to do statements that apply to everybody or something like that, that is not like implying half the room has a shortcoming, you know, like just something about it is uncomfortable. Although I do understand that it serves a purpose, but I don't like that I did that even momentarily.
You might be, but if you feel like you're not a person who has good ideas, it might be because you're just not acting on them. So please act on them, like immediately. Write it down, draw a little sketch.
Yeah, I think that was a better reformulation of the idea. Like, you might, this, or I don't know. Again, it's kind of tricky because you don't want to always use the word might and maybe and I think and stuff like that, like super softens things unnecessarily. But I don't even know if I'm sure of the point I'm making here anymore, but I don't want to neither accuse people of doing something bad. I just want to like bring a good idea and illustrate why it's a good idea. So the way I communicated my feelings about this idea, I think is okay. It had some wins and some losses, I would say.
Do something and then commit to following through, because follow through is so important. And then I encourage you to physically train or get more ease, do yoga, stretch,
Yes.
something like that. Your body is so important. It's participating in your artistry. I promise you, it's really important. And then practice interoception.
Your body is a participant to your art making. Let's go. Thank you, body, for participating. I love body.
How do I feel? Am I taking care of myself? What are my needs, etc.? Really, really important to be aware of everything about like your insides and how that relates to what you've done on the outside. And then
it's such a shame, like, because this thing of interoception and being aware of how your body feels, take good care. There's actually a lot I could say about this. These images convey some of it, this sense of like holding your pen too tight, this guy's posture at his desk, the furrowed brow, the ergonomics, and being the awareness aspect. This is something really important to train for artists, to become aware of how physically the way that they're, sitting, standing, whatever it is, how it makes them feel, and how it makes them feel over time as well, like not just today, but all the time. And then also how your emotional state feels, for example, with this furrowed brow thing, the emotional state, let's say this is something that happened to me actually. I noticed years ago that there'd be times where I would just like gain consciousness or like notice, oh, my brow is furrowed right now. Why? Like, why am I frowning or something? And I'd be like, I think I should be more intentional about that. And I don't want to just accidentally or unintentionally just be frowning, things like that, or even tensing my body. Like I would notice, oh, my shoulders are exceptionally tense at this moment, and then there's ways that you can train yourself to be even more aware moment to moment of all those states we can be in. For me, yoga really helped me with that, because yoga has this big element of like intentional breathing, and if you do something intentionally, you tend to also notice like, oh, what is it like when I'm doing this stuff unintentionally, so you kind of, your awareness, your mindfulness, the field kind of grows, and you have a more accurate and more active sense of this, and you kind of participate. You notice how you participate in how your body feels. This has so much to do with so much stuff. I couldn't have gone over it in like the 2 seconds that I designed for me to talk about it, but yeah, it's a really important point.
Am I taking care of myself? What are my needs, etc.? Really, really important to be aware of everything about like your insides and how that relates to what you've done on the outside. And then relieve your working memory. This is like kind of the last point, is that write things down, create lists. Your efforts and your energy should be well managed. Okay, so when you feel like you're very distracted by everything in your life, it's probably because you're not like organizing your thoughts or relieving your mind.
Yeah.
Your active mind should be something that you treat well. You're like, oh, would it do me a favor if I made a list right now instead of just holding it in my mind? Because your mind does these loops like, okay, tomatoes, milk, draw. Tomatoes, milk, draw. Tomatoes, milk, draw. That was a stupid example, but that happens all the time. So do yourself some favors. And then please.
Yeah, I kind of explained that a little bit, but I think I could have done a better job with explaining maybe also that there's like different ways for different people to relieve their working memory, or some techniques work for some, but then maybe for other people you can find a different technique. But also just this there is actually like a term for, it might be working memory, but I think it's something else actually. And anyways, there's probably just a better way to explain this a little bit more accurately, where it's it's almost like RAM, on a computer, like your mind actually has energy and effort and even calories, that are, I think, reserved for just this part of the brain that like holds at a certain priority level the tasks that we anticipate having to do today, soon, tomorrow, stuff like that. And sometimes things enter that area that are like really just not helping us be effective. And anyway, I'm not doing a great job of it right now, but I would have liked to explain this in a good way. Maybe I could work on that, for future times when I refer to this aspect of life, because I think it's important to manage, like I said, manage memory, manage energy, manage just limited time and resources, that we have. And also there's a lot of things like second brain, sort of like whole idea, journaling and stuff like that help with this too. Not just mentally or like task wise or functionality wise, but also emotionally, sometimes we're holding random emotional rumination, just at the highest level of our cognition and like awareness for reasons that are complex, but anyways, let's move on.
Do yourself some favors. And then please uncover your potential. Okay, it's so important. I really want you to. You have such a beautiful potential, no matter who you are, and don't let it die. Please, that's the biggest tragedy ever. So many human beings reach the end of their life and they don't discover their potential. So make this happen, please. It's up to you. Your life is in your hands. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, like the little voice break at the end about the people not reaching their potential. I don't know if I can ever really get over that kind of thing. I guess it would be functional if I could, and but yeah, even just momentarily considering that thought really does hit me, honestly. This idea that people go to their grave without their potential having been realized, even to like any capacity, you know? So those of us that are around and that are able to do something with our ideas, who are able to have positive impacts on other people, help other people process things that they've been through or experience just aesthetic pleasure when looking at a beautifully painted piece or something. Like, we can impact each other in such important ways, in such meaningful ways, tell stories that are transformative and beneficial for each other. Anyways, there's so much we can do. And to be super honest, I also get discouraged, and I also sometimes wonder, like, how am I gonna stay in this industry and like get work, and this is unsustainable, this economy and all this stuff. Like, I have crazy, not crazy, legitimate concerns just as much as other people do. But this I definitely am very driven by this idea of realizing potential in myself and in others. I really like helping other people feel like they are empowered to pursue their potential and like feed it and train it and look after it, you know, embody it, self-actualize, you know, all these words you could say around this topic. But yes, I think we're gonna end the video here, I guess. I'm just fixing my hair. I do that a lot, don't I? I don't know, it's kind of like compulsive. But anyways, I am really grateful if you stuck around, or I don't know. It doesn't. That's not what I want to say to close the video, because whether you did or didn't, it's totally fine. It's up to you. No worries. But I think it's interesting if you did, however much of this you listened to. I hope that you found it interesting. Leave me a comment and let me know what you think of any of this, really. It's kind of interesting to see if anybody has any thoughts about what I said, about whether it's the content that I, you know, tried to convey in my presentation or in this video, in this like analysis, or whether it's about communication just in a general sense, your thoughts that you have about communication, other people's thoughts that you find interesting about communication. I find I get a lot out of seeking like role models with communication, or not necessarily specific role models, but like just watching presentations and things that other people do, and adopting like, oh, you know, that that style or that way of expressing themselves is so compelling or is so clear. Like, I just feel like clarity is so cool and important and admirable. And yeah, anyways, I think this is a very interesting topic. And yeah, let me know what part of it compels you in general, if you want to. But yeah, thanks again. I hope it was interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. I've been talking a lot. Bye. Have a good day. Good luck with everything that you do and your own potential. Bye. Thanks.